me.
Oh. Well, that's weird. We're live, and I just heard what you just said right there.
Well, that was talkback, though.
Oh. Okay.
Let's see. Is there an echo right now? I know the chatting house can hear me, but...
No, there's no echo.
Hey, so let me... Yeah, I don't have an echo either. Okay. Let me say this before the show gets started. You guys know how I am, man. We're not trying to block anybody unless it like gets ridiculous. And I don't think he's gotten ridiculous, so to speak. But Phil, please don't be a shit starter today. Like, just be cool. Because I'm not saying anybody should block you. I don't want you blocked. I like how you interact with the show. You're here 4 hours. Like, I appreciate that. Just don't be a shit.
That's Charlie, everybody. That's Charlie back there.
Charlie.
So reliable Charlie.
Charlie.
It's Charlie.
We shouldn't do it on Monday, though.
Yeah, man. Just
I don't know if Jeff was expecting
cool,
you
brother.
to
Just
talk.
be cool, man. Enjoy the day, enjoy the show. You can have your banter back and forth, but just be cool, man.
And then I'm gonna talk to the guys about your idea after the show too.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting day.
I took the board
based on Twitter, based on text messages,
whatever. So like how it was earlier.
With our people. It's interesting. This is going to be an interesting discussion.
Yeah, when you take it off, it's going to be like 5 seconds. Just hold it. If you want to take it live, it'll be instant when you press it.
Okay. To me, it kind of seems a little simple. Like
it does.
I don't really leave this program through just because.
Why that can't happen?
So there's no really.
I don't.
You can't even take it out.
I thought so. But a lot of people, don't see it that way, and they're citing examples that may or may not fit.
Like since they're a program 4, they can hear each other and stuff.
But
okay,
I think
now we're good.
Every black woman in America started following me last night after the Neil tweet. I'm here for it.
I'm just gonna stay with you for about a half hour.
I'm with it.
And then I send the push notification.
You're like Damien smile, man. It's crazy out here, bro.
Thank God I didn't lose it. Thank God I didn't lose it.
Like I'll pick it like who's joining the show for that.
And then when you
where's Jay Hardaway at? I gotta talk about where Pino at, man. Come on, man. What's up with your man? What's up with your mans?
Yeah. And I'm still not using
He'll be fine. He going to lightweight anyway. It don't matter.
It's like if we use the other one, we would lose all.
Johnny G, what's happening, man? Chiron, great work. Appreciate you leaving the ankles out. Appreciate it.
Chiron, keep coming with it.
The weekend and everything else.
Well, hey, Dr. David, Dr. David's got to be in here.
Yeah, so that's fine.
I don't know if Dr. David is. His Photoshop was great today.
Wait,
somebody check. Oh, there he is. Dr. David's here. Right up here with Ramsey. Very odd trade today with Utah and Detroit. Okay.
Too much espresso and Kenny Carroll. Sometimes you really just vibing out. This is D'Lo and KC.
What is good, baby? Welcome in to the Thursday, September 22nd edition. Surely will be an interesting one of D'Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
It's there. That's all right. That's all right. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Oof. Yeah, that's a good drop right there. Chris Biderman, our 1320 49ers insider, is going to be with us coming up at 2:47. I asked Matt George to be with us in the final hour of the show. He hasn't responded, so the hell with him.
Thanks,
he's either going to be with us or he's not. I'm not really sure.
Awesome, man. I thought he was boy. Used to be my homie. Used to be my ace.
He's big timing us. Like Matt George is big timing us.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Hey, but we know how to fix things. One stern call from Kenny Caraway will clean it right up. Clean it right up, man.
We need to make some more calls. If that's the case.
I'm gonna need you to make a couple on my behalf too. I'm gonna need you to have to do like Chiron's graphic today and just carry me to the finish line, buddy. This is going to be an interesting show. Of course, we'll talk about the 49ers and the Broncos. Oh, Sara Hodges is going to be with us.
Hey, that's money.
What are we doing here? Sara Hodges is going to be with us. That's 1:30, right?
1:30.
Because that's when I wrote it. So
yeah, 1:30.
Sara Hodges will be with us coming up at 1:30. Woj dropped one of the craziest Woj bombs of all time. Went on SVP, and then I guess he went to bed. And we could talk more about this later, but this was so fascinating how this happened. Woj dropped this vaguely worded tweet about the Boston Celtics and Ime Udoka. And we, of course, immediately jump into our text thread like, yo, what the hell is organizational guidelines? And our first instinct was what turned out to be true. Like, something's ill here, and I feel like he might have dipped out and was snooping around company offices there.
Yeah.
And Woj, I'm sorry, Shams tweeted, which again makes this all stranger. You gave Woj like half the scoop.
Shams came in with the schoolboy roll up.
And then Shams came in for the finish. That's what it was. Woj hit him with the super kick, but Shams came in for the pinfall.
Shams came in like Seth Rollins. Money in the bank.
Money in the bank. Cashed it in, and we're like, all right, so that's what we thought it was. And then funny enough, Woj updated his story from last night and added the Shams part without crediting what Shams originally reported. Now, I'm sure he got it too, but that's funny. That's probably worth discussing later, because that had Twitter buzzing last night.
Buzzing. It was crazy.
And I think most of us thought the worst. Most of it, there was no threat of firing. This wasn't an NBA situation. This was a Boston Celtics situation. So it certainly felt like there was something happening here. And what we've learned since then, it is 3 p.m. in Boston. We might get an answer today. We know Ime Udoka is facing some sort of lengthy suspension. There is at least rumblings that he may resign. Take that for what you will. It was from one of Kenny's guys out in Boston. It was Chris Mannix.
Guys in Boston.
It was Chris Mannix. There's your boy. And
I have not one except for Howard Bryant. I don't even think he's in Boston.
Ime Udoka is facing a lengthy suspension because of a consensual sexual relationship he had with a female member of the team's staff. So, immediately became my first thought was, all right, Brad Stevens, come on down. And I guess it's Joe Mazzulla who may take over in that spot, as he's moved up with Will Hardy heading over to Utah. And so that kind of takes care of the coaching aspect, whether it's just for a singular season or moving forward. Again, we'll learn all those details later. But what's gotten interesting is the conversation surrounding this news and the conversation surrounding a potential year-long suspension. And when I say conversation, I absolutely mean Twitter conversation. When I say conversation, I mean I've got, my best friend, Cleveland, this is for you. I reference him all of the time. He's in PR.
Yeah.
We've had Kamara Williams on this show a number of times. He's an attorney. Mm-hmm. We're in a thread together often talking about basketball and different things like that. And the PR aspect and the legal aspect do not line up at all in this conversation. And is this worthy? I mean, I had to quote tweet Damon Bruce earlier, and Damon Bruce seems to echo a lot of men's response to this is like, these are two consensual adults. What's the problem? And I feel like a lot of people are missing the mark with this.
It seems fairly obvious to me. And there's a couple of things. First of all, this is something that I learned a while back from just from the OGs, right? And when you see certain things, it can only be two things. It's either women or gambling. And when I first saw the tweet, and it was very vague, shout out to who is the guy? I don't even know who this guy is, but he had quote tweeted Woj's tweet, and he was like, "This is the most serious, completely vague tweet that I've ever seen. I have no idea if Udoka missed the flight or killed a coworker."
That was a great tweet. Yeah, that was great.
I mean, the first thing to me, and to all three of us when we were in the thread, is like it's either a woman or gambling, like because it's serious enough where the language is serious, but it's vague enough where you can't really pin it on anything. Ended up being women. And when you talk about
shout out Nia Long, if you need us, we are here for you. We got you. Like all of us, we got you.
We riding with you. We
ride with Nia Long all day long.
But it first of all, there's a power dynamic that comes into play with that. Regardless if the consensual or whatever. And this is why when you talk about coworkers and you're running a business, if you're the Celtics, if you're any business, you got to look at the business aspect of it and what the things that it represents and says for your business and your organization. So there's that. Number two, if it's two consensual adults, that's fine. That's whatever. If it's in the rules, it's in the rules. Mm-hmm. Like you can't agree to the rules, and then when somebody says, "Hey, you're not supposed to do that," well, we're adults. We can do what we want to do in our personal life. You're absolutely right. You can do what you want to do in your personal life. You just can't work here and do it. You can go do whatever you want in your personal life and work elsewhere. But if you're here, these are the rules. This is what's going on. To me, that is cut and dry. That is cut and dry. It's like freedom of speech almost. You can say whatever you want. But some companies or whatever are going to be like, well, you can say what you want. We're not putting you in prison for it, but you can't work here.
Yeah.
It's to me, I don't know what the vagueness and what people don't understand about it is. I don't understand that.
I think just from, again, conversations, interactions, people are struggling most with the power dynamic part of this. And there's, you can reference extreme examples. There's always we can go let's do a hypothetical and maybe that'll help. Let's go worst case scenario. If you're in the position of a head coach and you're dating someone lower on the organizational chart, if you will, and it goes south, and the person on the lower end of the organizational chart is fired. What's that look like? You've opened yourself up for a lawsuit. Like I thought, there was an interesting question posed about suspensions, right? And Ime Udoka being suspended. So does that mean the female staffer gets suspended? Because with a head coach, you suspend them or you bring it back. And I think some people's first instinct is, well, you're going to suspend the head coach, but you're probably going to fire the young lady. Mm-hmm. But you can't. Because if you fire the young lady, guess what? That's a lawsuit. Mm-hmm. Wait, you suspended him, but you fired me.
Right.
So that's not lining up here. If I have to serve a suspension for this, I have to serve a suspension for this. But why am I being fired? That's the power dynamic part. There's the power dynamic part of, the person on the lower end of the totem pole feeling like, I can't end it. Mm-hmm. I can't cut this off. I can't break up with this person. I can't stop our interactions or our affairs or our meetups or whatever they are. And we have no idea what this is. I can't do it because he controls my future here. Mm-hmm. It's like the Matt Lauer dynamic for those who follow that story. And if you didn't, go watch the morning show on Apple TV. They don't call it the Matt Lauer story, but we're not stupid. We know exactly what it is. That's the power dynamic portion of all of this. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if I can't figure out if they're testing the waters, they're trying to see what people's reaction to this is.
That's what it sounds like.
Before they announce a suspension, or if there really is a conversation about Ime Udoka stepping down, not being suspended at all, just stepping down and resigning his position as a Boston Celtics head coach. And one other thing that I think is really, really important to point out, this isn't an NBA ruling.
Right.
This is the Boston Celtics. This is a company's policy, because people have said, what about Jeannie and Phil? I don't know this for a fact, but did the Lakers have a policy in place about inter-office romances?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a difference there.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a policy, you don't have a policy. But if you do, you've got to follow it.
And the other thing about this as well, we're speaking real, rugged and raw out here right now. We don't know what happened leading up to this. There could have been multiple times where they're like, Ime, we know what's going on. We need you to stop. And Ime, all right, y'all, cool. And he gets right back to it. Ime, we asked you before, stop this. If you don't stop this, we can't help you here. We're not going, like, it's going to get ugly. All right, cool. Keeps on doing it. Now, I done told you, all right, well, we already gave you 2 warnings. You didn't listen. You know the policy. It's a 50-game suspension or whatever the case may be. There could be that. And then another dynamic is maybe this was going on before, and the biggest boss came to him and said, is this going on? Ime might have said, no. He said, if you lie to me, Ime, I'm not going to take kindly to that. I'll ask you again, is this going on? No. Okay. And then it comes out that it's going on, and the biggest boss is not taking too kindly to that. We don't know. We don't know any of this. That could all not have happened. That could have been exactly what happened. We don't know.
We'll come back. There's obviously a lot more to discuss regarding this, and we will. We've got some King knows. A lot of people hedging their bets with the Kings. They all say nice things with a yeah, but attached to it. So we'll dive into all of that. We've got a great show planned for you. I hope you'll stick around with us for the next 4 hours. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good point by Joe.
Poet Pablo, yes, you're 100%. It's that Nia Long, yes. What was I going to do? I forgot what I was going to do. I was about to do something. Don't you hate when that happens?
Joe reminded me of Garrison Rosas, the Timberwolves. That was a year ago.
I do remember that. Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah, it was a year ago. To the day.
Really?
A year ago to the day.
Oh my goodness.
Jill know her front office. Jill know her front office and her front office scandals.
Yeah.
Matt wants to come on earlier in the show. Want to do 50 or 12:45 with Matt?
Yeah, that's
pressing
good.
there.
That's good. I just got to text myself. Oh, yeah. Sarah wants to know if 2:15 is all right. That good with you, Dan?
Yeah, I just read Matt's tweet in its entirety. I'm going to see how he responds. It's his anniversary.
Oh man!
Wait, bro, wait a minute. You don't have to do this. You know,
wait. You want to talk about that?
Is that on the air?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I had a thought about that as well.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So Matt's good.
Okay.
His wife is at work. Matt is 12:45.
At 2:15 or 2:17, I guess. 2:20. We'll say that.
I ain't even gonna look at the rundown no more because it's a mess. It is a mess. Jill in here ready to discuss the real issues. Meanwhile, Detroit got Bojan for free. We'll start out. We'll get to that, Jilly.
Bojan might be washed.
It might be.
Leezy, want me to come through this StreamYard and smack you? Don't talk about my air horns. I'm just joking, by the way. They are pretty loud. I told you guys I don't know what happened. For like 2 weeks, it was just like really faint. And then just yesterday, I think it was. Just, no. So we're at full blast again.
Well, we don't know who's invited if we are. It's up to Jasmine. Jasmine's the final. She is the final call on who was allowed at the turkey drive.
I keep having that line in my head now that you tweeted out. Never go full Eric Benet.
Yeah. What song? That's Kill Jay-Z?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have to listen to that album again. I ain't listened to it in a while.
So good.
It's probably been about 9 months or so. Did you see oh snap. Can real quick though, as a preview to brand new Corners of the Culture out right now.
Maybe the most timely drop ever. Man.
I was about to say, did you see Kanye
I did.
Yeah, he was right.
Yeah. So full disclosure, everybody, y'all know this. Like, it's not like we recorded Corners of the Culture at 3:00 this morning and dropped it. Like, we recorded it on Tuesday, and it turned into a very lengthy discussion about Kanye West and kind of the complexities of him as an artist, him as a businessman, his character, the whole thing. And he essentially, he went on Good Morning America and said, you know, D-Lo, Casey, Mia Moore, they were right. Sway was trying to tell me a long time ago. You got to listen to it, especially with the with the companion piece from Good Morning America today.
Yeah.
You've got to hear this episode.
Isn't that
And we're happy to welcome in finally Mia Moore from KSFM 105 into the podcast.
Shout out. Isn't that the I forgot her full name, but the lady who was interviewed, is she from Sacramento or she just worked in Sacramento?
Oh, I don't know.
She definitely is from Sacramento. Her name is like Adrian. Oh man, I'm gonna find it in a second. I think she was on Channel 3, maybe, and then she just moved on up. Yeah, Adrian Bankert.
Okay, not super familiar.
I don't know if she's from here. She was here a little like while I was gone, but
okay.
Yeah, I don't know if she's from here or she just worked here. Chatty House would know. There you go, Jason. She was on Channel 3.
Free Ime is trending. Apparently, this is
y'all just be saying anything sometimes, man. Instead of just letting things just let them be.
Ime Udoka giving a press conference right now.
I want to say I'm sorry for the things I've done, and I try and be stronger. In this life I chose, but I want you to know.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you. There's Ime there this morning. Wow, free Ime is really trending. That's amazing. That is amazing. And now by the way, I feel so bad for every woman that works in the Celtics organization, because I'm looking now and there's pictures getting plastered all over Twitter. I heard it was her. Like, these aren't people,
right?
With like these aren't people who have families of their own and aren't in the limelight like Ime Udoka is.
Yeah, that was.
Phone lines are open, by the way. I just this isn't a one-way conversation. Phone lines are open. 916-909-1320 if you want to jump in on the phone lines.
I know this is just the culture we live in, man, but and there's jokes here and there. I partook in one of them. Like, I'm not trying to act holier than now, but the thirst to just, number one, find out who the woman was and put that all out there and plaster it out there and talk about this person, that is just much like everything on Twitter. It got nasty quick this morning. I was just like, I'm out of here, man. I'm out of here. It got nasty quick.
It was like there was no in between in this conversation. And I go back to Damon Bruce's tweet. Like, I don't get it. What's wrong? Well, you're not allowed to, like that. Like the company specifically says you're not allowed to, and I'm sure we're going to learn a lot more, because I thought you presented a really interesting scenario there a minute ago where, and my PR guy Cleveland posed this question earlier, like, when did it's not like Boston found out yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So when did Boston know about this? When did the Celtics organization know about this? And I think the better question you asked was, when did the Celtics approach maybe Ime Udoka, or when did the Celtics approach Ime Udoka and the other person about this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you hit him with the Draymond Green, don't do that, and then you go back and you do it again, and it's like, okay, we have to address this, or we're putting our company, the organization of the Boston Celtics, the entire organization from top to bottom, in a really, really bad spot, and we have to address this now.
Yeah, look, we're coming on a situation where somebody essentially indirectly is about to lose their team. So if you got something like that going down, if Ime or anybody in that organization, not just him, he's the one we're talking about because that's the story, but if anybody in that organization is doing something pretty wild on a consistent basis, I can understand, or I can see, people in that team say, hey, well, I'm not going down for this stuff. Like, I'm not going down for it. So you either figure it out, or I'm gonna get out in front of this and I'm gonna look like I'm not going down for any of this. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not losing my franchise over you wilding out, or we told you about this before and you didn't do nothing. Like, all right, I got to look out for myself and my organization and everybody else. And that's just like in a selfish way, right? Like, that's if they're really concerned about, look, I got to look out for my employees. I got to make sure that they feel this is a safe working environment. It could be something genuine like that. You don't know how long, not just the situation has been going on, but how long they knew when they approached them, how many opportunities were given, and how out of control this was. Really, it could have, like, I'm hearing things, like, people are alluding to things where, like, this is just it's kind of wild.
Yeah, some of the the unsubstantiated reports that are out there, some of them have gone like really off the deep end.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them might be true.
Yeah,
that it's actually not a person, that it's multiple people, that it's not, like, this is all speculation at this point, until Woj throws the alley and Shams comes in for the dunk. I don't know what to think of this situation. I don't think in terms of the reporting of this, I don't think Adrian Wojnarowski, because I believe he was the first one to do it. He might have been the only one to do it. But I don't believe Adrian Wojnarowski mentions a potential season-long ban without that being specifically referenced to him.
Right.
He doesn't pull that out of his butt.
Right.
And say, oh, it could be this. Like, no, he got that from somebody. And again, when you talk about someone the level of Adrian Wojnarowski, it's not just a feeler. It's like, this is probably what we're doing. The one thing that might stop it is if Ime resigns first. Because I don't. This doesn't feel like a. This doesn't feel like a Deshaun Watson situation where we heard a year, and then all of a sudden the NBA or the NFL settled for 11 games.
Yeah,
I don't think this is the same thing. Maybe there is something to. Oh, I don't know that they could. Again, I was going to say something about the Coaches Association, but this is an organizational issue, not an NBA issue, and that's it. The NBA isn't suspending Ime Udoka for a year. The Boston Celtics are, and those aren't the same thing. I would think that the Coaches Association still can get involved in this somehow, and maybe that's where we're at here this morning and why it's 3:00 Eastern time and we haven't heard anything regarding Ime Udoka's future. But again, like everything else today, that's speculation.
And not to speculate even more, but I'm going to speculate even more. I'm thinking it's got to be something that they said, look, we just can't have this. And the reason why I said that, you got your head coach who everybody loves that just took you to the NBA finals. And I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but if any head coach would ever be protected, it would be Ime Udoka in this particular situation. So you would think for them to say, yeah, year, you almost feel like he might have just gave them like no other choice with what was going on. Just think about it. If anything going to be swept under the rug, it's for your young first-year head coach that took you to the NBA finals in your first year. If ever anything is going to be swept under the rug, you would think it'd be for a coach in that situation. And if they couldn't even sweep this under the rug, I think it's got to be serious.
Yeah. Man, it is like we've tried to say this for the last 29 minutes. It's just a lot of speculation here at this point. I don't think there's anything unfair about Ime Udoka potentially being suspended for the entire year. I'd actually look at it the opposite. He's not being fired. I think Adrian Wojnarowski went as far to point that out yesterday or last night. Ime Udoka's job in terms of the Boston Celtics is not in jeopardy.
Right.
They're not going. There's not a plan to fire him, and there's no money involved in this because this is a clear fire with cause situation. If you broke a company policy, this is a clear. There's no. They don't want to pay him. None of that. That's not a conversation because of fire with cause. So, I mean, it seems to me that they want him back as the head coach, which is why they're going the suspension route. It just may fall on what Ime Udoka is willing to do or what is Boston willing to negotiate? Are we even at that point? Can you even negotiate something like this? I don't, again, I think the most important thing is this didn't pop up yesterday.
Right.
Like I'd imagine they've had lengthy conversations with Ime Udoka and the person involved. I think the fact that it dropped, which it was, what was it? Essentially like 11 o'clock Eastern time last night, somewhere around there. Like, I think the timing of this is interesting. Obviously we're headed into camp in a couple of days, like media day for most of the league is either on Sunday or Monday. So, there's obviously the Celtics feeling like we've got to get our basketball team in order, but we've got to address this first.
Right. And this is a good time to bring in what Jesse had asked during the break, and we would say, Jesse, what exactly was your question about Ime moving forward?
Yeah, I just asked if you guys think like this affects the Celtics going forward this season, like him not being out there.
Absolutely, in my opinion. Absolutely. I think I'm the type of guy where it's like, man, the noise can get to a team. And these guys are pretty veteran. They live in a hard-nosed media type place. Like they're used to a bunch of noise being in Boston, but I don't know, maybe this is a little different. And the other thing about it that people are asking is if it's a 1-year suspension and all this other stuff, that's cool. But how does he go back in that locker room? It's almost, and I want to get your guys' opinion. It's almost, I want to get your guys' opinion. We talked about this a little bit. We talked about TT last year.
Yeah.
And I know he's not giving life advice when he says things, he's giving basketball advice, but he's just talking and talking. We got to do this. We got to sacrifice for each other, and we got to be one in this unit, all this other stuff. And we talked about how guys are probably like, bro, I'm not listening to anything you say.
I think there's a couple of things at play here, just purely from a basketball perspective. The finish to the season was tremendous. A lot of those guys weren't feeling Ime Udoka to start this. They were not feeling him at all, and I think I think that contributed a lot to the way that they were playing to start the season. What shifted? I don't know. But something clearly shifted, and we saw the one. The talent is there for the Boston Celtics. That's absolutely not a discussion. That roster is NBA Finals worthy, but it doesn't feel like they have it feels like they don't have the best relationship. This is probably not bad anymore, but it wasn't
always on thin ice,
right?
Like it could always go one way or the other.
But the other thing, and I'm sorry that I have to say this. If there is a transgression that a locker room full of young men will forgive, isn't it this one? Like your point, I get your point, but I'm envisioning a locker room where, hey, we've been there, bro. We've been there. We know. I'm worried more about the first part that we just talked about than the second part.
And you're 100% right, Damian, which is why, I mean, I don't want to do this, but I have a job to do. Like, we're here to talk for 4 hours, which makes me believe that he was wilding. Because if there's anything where an let's get out of the locker room with the young professional basketball players, the organization. If it was just he stepped out on his woman or whatever the case may be, I think our guy Vansky would say we wouldn't be watching any sports if people were trying to get people on that.
Which is the other point. No one's referencing the infidelity part about this. I mean, we are, because we love Nia Long and we'll ride with Nia Long. And if she needs a couple of shoulders to cry, we've got you. Our whole world has got you. We've got you, Nia. But if you're kind of outside that culture of Love Jones and the best man and all of that, you're probably not thinking about Ime Udoka's wife or fiance or whatever their relationship is here at this point. That has never once entered into this question or entered into this equation. It's purely organizational. It's purely people within the company, which is the problem. It's not a moral, like the Boston Celtics aren't trying to relegate the moral compass of their head coach. They're trying to implement a policy that they have in place regarding inter-office romances or inter-office relationships.
Which leads me to believe that it's just a feeling he had to have been wilding. Like he had to have been wilding. And if he was wilding, I don't know how you go in that locker room. Because it was more than just he had this relationship. It feels like.
I think without him they'll be fine. Honestly, I think if he gets suspended for the year, this is just my thought. I think he resigns. Honestly, I don't think he comes back.
Wow,
that's tough.
I don't. Yeah, I think they got the players. I think they got like the leaders on that team where you can get through something like this. Like, you just came off of a finals run or whatever where you lost. You know what the goal is this year. Just as long as this is a new stepping things like I don't remember how to say his last name, like Muzala or something like that. I think as long as he's got the right guys out there, like they know what the goal is. I don't think it's really going to affect them too much.
Mm-hmm. I can see that too. I think it might have an effect on, but I could see them just kind of being able to work through it. Like Jesse said, they've got a leadership council of some sort in that locker room that can keep people, locked in. So
this isn't a young team. This isn't a young impressionable squad. Like this is. I feel like we're switching roles right now. I don't think it affects them that much. And not because Ime's not a good coach. I believe Ime Udoka is a good coach. But so was Brad Stevens, despite the people who really tried to fight that. Like, Brad Stevens was a really good coach. These players now are like, yo, we went pretty far with Brad. We went really far with Ime Udoka. You could put Joe in here. We like Joe. Let's rock. They did lose Will Hardy. Their coaching staff is going to look a little bit different with Ime gone, Will Hardy gone. Potentially Joe. I think Damon Stoudemire is there, if I remember correctly. But I think these guys, I feel like Kenny Caraway. It's on the players. It's not on the coaches. It's on the players. Thank you. Well, no, but players, this is on you. This is on you to pick up the pieces of this mess, dust it off, and go handle your business. Because in game 55, if no one's going to be dissecting what Ime Udoka is doing that day, they're going to wonder if Jason Tatum, 40 games into the season, 30 games into the season, boy, Jason Tatum has really rebounded from that finals performance that he had against the Golden State Warriors. Or Jason Tatum hasn't rebounded from that performance that he had against the Those are going to be the conversations. Now, there'll be an overlying story about the coach and how much did Ime Udoka have an effect on this. God, what if they won? It's the old Jimmy Garoppolo situation. What if Ime Udoka is suspended? Joe Mazzola comes in here and wins. Then what?
Nah, I get it.
Those are storylines.
I absolutely get it. When I say it's going to affect them a little bit, I don't think they're falling off the face of the earth. I think they're still going to be one of the top teams in the East because, like you just mentioned, they got the players. And much to the narrative that goes around, the coaches. I say coaches don't matter. They got the players, man. I could step in and coach the Celtics tomorrow, and they'd be all right. They may not listen to me.
Yeah,
they have the talent. They have the talent to keep on moving no matter who's on the sideline. So I think they'll be fine. But I do think the noise will be pretty loud, at least to start the season. I think it'll be loud, and don't let them start slow.
Yeah, that's a good point. This isn't an owner who's in the background. This is, the Robert Sarver situation. Your Phoenix. You can address that Monday,
right? And
then it essentially goes away because he's not involved in day-to-day operations. Ime, every time he's on national television, the local squad, they can get it out of the way early. But every time he's on national television, that's story number one or story number two. It's not getting glossed over by ESPN or TNT.
No, it's not. It's not, man. And like I said, to your guys' point, for this not to be a story, they start off 14-5. Ain't nobody talking about this. But if they start off 6-5, with some rough losses in there, I think people are going to bring it up.
Jesse, is Leezy still there? Let's grab Leezy here real quick. 916-909-1320. Happy ass Leezy. What's happening, man?
Yo, Dylan, Casey, what's good, guys?
What up, man?
What's up, dude? Hey, it's a big day. I had a quick comment and question. Obviously, no one condones what Ime doing, married man. Definitely should never date in the workplace. Doesn't go good usually. But big question here. Let's say Ime resigns, right? And he sits out for maybe a year or something. And then later on, do you think NBA teams are going to take a chance on him? He has a relationship with KD. Let's say things don't go good in Brooklyn, but Ime's had that experience in the finals. He's proven he's a good coach. Do you think a team like maybe them, where he has a relationship with KD, would take a chance on him?
2 words, buddy. Jason Kidd. Yes. They will. And they should. Like, he shouldn't be banished for life. Like, that's not that type of transgression. Like, I don't agree with what Ime Udoka did, especially if it's against company policy. Like, people's relationships, they're relationships. But you've put yourself, your organization, your team, you've put them in harm's way. I don't think he needs to be banished for life. You look around the league. Jason Kidd has had multiple jobs. We all know what time it is with Jason Kidd.
Yep.
Hell, we knew what time it was with our old mayor, and he got elected. So let's not act like this is where the tenor of the relationship comes into play. It was consensual. Was it a mistake? Absolutely. This isn't banned for life type stuff. This isn't. He shouldn't be able to get another job. He's been a coach for a singular season, and he went to the NBA Finals.
No, I don't think I didn't hear Leezy saying he should. Leezy definitely didn't say he should be, but I don't know if he was implying.
He asked. I think he asked, "Do you think he gets another job?"
But when he talks about the NBA, I don't think. I think he'd be a coach on a coaching staff again, and Jason Kidd is an excellent person to bring up in that situation. But do you think Ime
might have to start over?
Yeah, he might have to start over, and Jason Kidd is still Jason Kidd, name wise and status in this league. You think Ime Udoka gets another head coaching shot? Is he that big? No. He might, but there are people looking at like, I gotta get Ime.
This is why I hate stuff like this. This is why what Ime did versus what.
No, you're 100% right, and I agree with you. I'm just saying, like Ime Udoka, like just known factor. Like you go to an owner and you tell him Jason Kidd. They just know Jason Kidd, the basketball player.
Still a cachet to it.
Yeah, Ime Udoka, they may not have that same. They may not. The only thing they may know about Ime Udoka is what happened here.
But you can't. He's 1 for 1. Like he's been to coach 1 year and he went to the NBA Finals.
I know.
He's the better team for 3 games in 46 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think he should be banished at all. I think if he loses his job, he should get another opportunity. But we'll see.
We'll come back. I think Matt George is with us. I really don't know what's going on today. It's as Leezy said, for reasons I'm not quite clear. It's a big day. It's a big day. So we'll come back. I'm pretty sure Matt George joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. It's a big day. What? Leezy, it's Thursday. Like, what? Help a brother out. What are we missing?
Leezy, this is actually a pretty good question, and I would say Ime.
Yeah,
absolutely would say Ime. I don't think it's ever going to happen for Mark Jackson.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. Mark Jackson on the Colin Kaepernick vibe. Securing the Bagley, there's video of what? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You're talking to Ramsey. There's a thread there. My bad. Oh. We were right. Matt George is in fact here.
Hey guys.
Hey, buddy. Happy anniversary.
Thank you. Thanks for accommodating. Sorry I got back to you so late.
Don't be silly. It's fine. Glad you were able to do it.
Oh,
happy anniversary, by the way.
Thank you. Number 4.
Very nice.
It's the Chris Webber year. It's going to be our best. That's how it works, right?
How long have you guys been together? It feels like you've been married longer than 4. How long have you been together?
We've been married for 4 years. We started dating in November of 2016. Yeah, 2016. No, 2014.
I feel like you should know this, so try to work this out here with us. And then
to be fair, once you get to marriage status, I feel like you're forgiven on the dating status as long as you remember the marriage status.
It's cute that you think that.
You should always know.
No,
it's cute that you think that.
Damn it!
I would. This is good. Get all the bad ideas out now.
I had a genuine panic attack the other day because I had a brief moment where I thought it was my mom's birthday and I didn't say anything. It was like the end of the day. I was like, oh my God, it's my mom's birthday. And then reality kicked in and I realized it was the number was right, but the month was wrong. So thank God I didn't say anything, but
my mom's birthday's coming up in a couple days. Couple days.
I said happy anniversary first this morning. So I won the day.
There you go. There you go. Because it's about wins and losses.
Absolutely.
You didn't win anything. You survived the morning.
I'm
All right?
1-3.
You got a chance to. See the
I'm
rest.
1-3 in the 4 years.
You're Chris Rock, buddy. You did what you were supposed to do.
I was so in trouble the day before my wedding too, because we got married in Woodland, and I showed up 20 minutes late to my rehearsal with a couple of my groomsmen because we got stuck in horrendous traffic. And so they had already done like one walkthrough with someone standing where I was supposed to stand. So I was in trouble on my wedding day.
Those are tense days, man.
Oh, that was a fun day.
Ime Udoka buried the Doc Rivers story. Doc doesn't know how Twitter works. Or Doc Rivers. Yeah, Jilly, I haven't gotten a chance to read that yet. It popped up on the timeline. I was like, whoa, okay, I'm with it. And I got into the Ben Simmons podcast and didn't get a chance to read it.
I'm rooting for John Wall, man.
Yeah. Hey, congratulations, Marcus. Did we know this?
I don't think
I see
so.
the picture change now on the Avi.
Congratulations.
Oh, John,
awfully close to my wedding. What's your game here, Halpert? Get married. See, you don't get that. I know Miss P get it. She knows that line. That's right. Jesse knows what it is. Oh man, it's I got you, Jill. It's on my screen. Yeah, we'll read that John Wall joint. Jesse, let's get John Wall on the show.
Let's get John Wall on the show.
Oh man. Okay, we're coming back, guys. You can watch the show also on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and you can see the handsome face of the host of Locked On Kings and reporter over at ABC 10, our dear friend Matt George, who is celebrating his 4th wedding anniversary with his wonderful wife, Brittany. Happy anniversary to the Georges.
Hey, thank you.
As Matt, well, this is an awkward transition because I don't want to not ask you about Ime Udoka. So this is a really, forgive the lack of smoothness here in this conversation. But before we get to the Kings, obviously, the Boston Celtics are at the top of the headlines today with the news about Ime Udoka and the impending suspension from the Boston Celtics. What was your reaction to that?
I think what's funny was the reaction was the same kind of that you had, that I saw Jill had on social media. And I think a lot of people's first reaction was, especially people who don't follow the basketball world. And that was, what did he do to Nia Long? Like, what happened? Like, and Nia was the first thing that I saw brought up consistently. And it was funny. I was in the ABC 10 newsroom at the time, and we're discussing this story. And one of our anchors, his name is Chris, just one of the sweetest people on the planet, doesn't really follow sports. I'm start talking about this, and he pokes his head around and goes, "Are you talking about Nia Long's husband?" And immediately, like it suddenly the entire newsroom cared a whole lot more. So, it's unfortunate. Like I guess because I was a fan, and I am a fan of Ime Udoka, and I'm a fan of any coach that comes into their first job and takes a team to the NBA Finals. I think sets up for maybe a legacy career. And it's clear Ime had the respect around the NBA of players, and coming from Coach Pop's system and being a former player himself, like you have everything that you need to succeed at that position. And on top of that, you're married to Nia freaking Long. But we all have our demons. We all have our issues. And unfortunately, this came to light. And I think the vagueness of Woj's tweet led to a lot of speculation and a lot of jokes. And I know social media is going to be social media, and for a lot of people, it's a coping mechanism. I just think it's funny how there are so many people, so many Twitter accounts that I know of that are so like they crack jokes about nobody watches or pays attention to the WNBA or women's sports, or they'll mock people for watching The Bachelor or The Bachelorette. But as soon as there's a potential scandal about an NBA head coach out there, they're refreshing Twitter like they're flipping through like a Vogue magazine or something like that. So we all love the drama when it pertains to our world or our interests to some extent. So last night the NBA became a little bit of a Hollywood like housewives show or something like that. I don't know.
Well, TMZ action there on basketball Twitter last night.
A little bit. Not that it really matters, but I don't think they're married. I'm not even sure they're engaged. Are they engaged?
I thought they were married.
Yeah, they've been married since 2010, I thought.
I didn't think they were married. I don't know. I could be
don't they have
wrong.
a kid together
As
too?
my old friend
Dating for a long time, but I didn't think they were
Ken
married.
Rudolph would say, to the internet.
Yeah, I looked it up last night and it says since 2010, I believe.
I know they've been dating for like 14, 15 years. I don't know if they're married.
No, they're not. They have been together since 2010.
Oh.
They've been engaged since 2015, but according to Nia Long, they have no plans to marry.
Yeah, I remember hearing all that. And I was like, oh, okay. It happens.
Well, all right.
None of my business.
I mean, I still question Ime's decision making, but yeah, this is a little awkward there. Let's shift our attention to, though I hate shifting my attention off Nia Long. I'm going to have to close this page. Let's shift our attention towards the Sacramento Kings. We were talking about Richaun Holmes yesterday, and we're pleasantly surprised when the show wrapped up to see you had just posted a podcast regarding Richaun Holmes, and birds are chirping about how well Richaun looks in these players only runs.
Yeah, I got a word from someone close to the situation that Richaun has looked really impressive in his pickup games. Now, we've been seeing pictures of Kings pickups from the Kings account for the last couple of weeks. And as far as I understand, that Richaun has recently joined them. I don't know what that means, if that was a couple days ago or just this week or whatever recently means. But he has recently come in and joined the likes of Chima and Fox, and Sabonis has just now joined the team, and Harrison Barnes has spent a little bit of time with the team, but we've seen like Kevin and Davion have been there basically the entire time. Keegan's been there. Keon has been there basically the entire time. But apparently in the however much time Richaun has been there participating in these pickup games, that he has looked really, really good. And I mean, I said in the podcast too, and a lot of people responded to the tweet that I put out initially reporting this, that it's that kind of posturing time of the season, right? We've already gone through the off-season mixtapes where everybody looks like they're in the best shape of their life. And I referenced like Scal Labissiere looking like the Hulk coming into training camp. And then we also brought up, like, remember when Jabari Parker was the greatest thing happening in Kings training camp? And I'm sure you guys referenced this as well. Right. And then he never really played. So like, this is all, you take everything with a grain of salt. This is not a report that Richaun Holmes is suddenly in the mix for a starting spot. Maybe he still is. Maybe he always has been as a starting 4, starting 5 next to Sabonis. I have no idea. But I think the way I interpreted this and the way it was delivered to me was, look, Richaun is coming off of a horrendous year last year, not just basketball-wise, but everything that he dealt with off the floor. I have no idea what kind of mental health effect that had on him. Plus, he got stabbed in the eye 97 times. Like, he's coming off of a just rough season, an outlier season, in my opinion. And a lot of fans, I know it's recency bias. It's what have you done for me lately? And it's easy to forget sometimes when you're going through a rough season what the player did to get to that point. And Richaun was so damn good for the Sacramento Kings to earn that starting spot, to earn the contract that was still a bargain compared to what he was looking for. That, like, I believe that's who Richaun is, not what happened last offseason. There's so many outliers to point to that say, okay, last season is kind of a throwaway in a lot of ways. So I get this report, and the way I interpret it is, look, we know Richaun went through a tough year last year, but he's come back, he's in shape, he's focused, he's playing well. We're excited about that. Like, that's how I interpreted the report. Not that Richaun is in the best shape of his career, as I know so many people hear and say around this time of year.
Do you think Richaun Holmes has an opportunity to start? We've heard that talked about a little bit, but do you think that he has an opportunity to start at power forward on this team ahead of Keegan Murray? Do you think, and I say that saying, like, do you think the games, the style of plays between him and Sabonis could work where you have Richaun Holmes starting at the 4? Or do you see him coming off the bench as your backup center? I personally think that Richaun would be like almost overqualified. He'd be a great backup center for this team. And that's kind of where I want to see his role with this team. But who knows? I mean, maybe he is a 4 next to Sabonis. Do you see that being a possibility?
Yeah, Katie, those are two kind of separate questions for me, because does he have an opportunity? Absolutely he does, with his work ethic and with his mindset. And with, I mean, I'm expecting a very focused Richaun Holmes. I'm expecting someone, I want Richaun to come into camp the same way I want Davion Mitchell to come into camp, which is, I'm going for this spot. This is my spot. Like, and if they don't get it, there's reasons why they didn't get it based off of other people on their roster. But I don't want Richaun to come into camp going, well, Sabonis is here, I guess I'm just going to be off the bench now. Like that, if he's coming off with that mindset, we're not going to get the best out of Richaun Holmes that at least what Sacramento is hoping for at this point. So I expect Richaun to have a chance at the spot. Me personally, I wouldn't do it. I just, unless Richaun or Sabonis really start not just hitting threes, but quickly developing a reputation as a floor spacer. It doesn't do any good if Sabonis is out there in the corner or Richaun is out there in the corner and no defenders respecting them, so they're still helping on whoever's in the paint or De'Aaron attacking the basket. It doesn't do any good, especially if either of those bigs are still hitting threes at only like a 30 to 34% clip. Like, it just doesn't do any good. It's counteractive compared to all of the wings and, well, not really wings, but all the shooters that you went out and got this offseason to space the floor for your big 2 in Fox and Sabonis. So in my opinion, I don't think it's going to work, although I'm very interested in seeing it. I'm sure during training camp, I'm hoping during training camp, there'll be some runs where we see it. Maybe during preseason, we'll see it, maybe not as a starting lineup, but as a lineup together at some point. And then to the final part of your question, Kenny, absolutely. I think Richaun Holmes is instantly one of the best, if not the best, backup big in the league. I mean, if Richaun plays at the level, not of last year, but the level of Richaun Holmes who earned that starting spot, and there's a chance that now that he's gotten paid and now that starting spot is, he's backing up Domantas Sabonis, not Dwayne Dedmon, maybe that drive isn't there as much as it once was. And maybe he doesn't want to go through that grind again. I kind of understand that mindset, although I'd be a little disappointed by it. But I mean, those are Richaun's issues to work out. I'll just say this, like, if Richaun plays to the level that he did the first couple seasons in Sacramento, he's an extremely valuable asset off the bench. And I think numbers wise and production wise could be the best big man coming off of the bench. But the two things that I want from Richaun most, especially in a bench role, is we know he can score. Can he rebound effectively? And can he protect the rim? Because I look at his athleticism, I look at his size, and next to Neemias Queta, who's not going to get a lot of playing time, I think. Like, I think Richaun is the best built to be the best rim protector on this Kings team. If he embraces that role, maybe that's how he carves his spot in Mike Brown's system.
Richaun Holmes also basically going on Twitter and saying he wants me back on Pros versus Joes. I mean, I saw that.
That's not what he tweeted, but I see why you think that. I see why you think that. I probably would have made that assumption too. I believe Richaun said he wanted Pros versus Joes back. And obviously Kenny Caraway, the biggest star in the history of Pros versus Joes.
Somebody my aunt sent me a picture. They were watching that the other day.
Well, I watch it every day. I just don't tell you because I don't want your ego to get too big. You're listening to D-Lo and the superstar KC here on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashes, Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Matt George of Locked On Kings joins us. I'm going to take a question that Will Z asked yesterday. I'm going to paraphrase it a little bit. Can Richaun Holmes, you talk about Richaun Holmes being one of the best big men, off the bench in the league. Can Richaun Holmes be the best player off the bench for the Sacramento Kings?
Ooh, that's a great question. That is a very Will Z question, isn't it? Mr. Will Z stats.
He had 7 pages of analytics to back up why he asked this. So That's not true. He just asked the question.
I would believe you if you had told me that. You did tell me that with a straight face, and I did believe you. I think that's going to be a tough task. It's possible, but I think that's going to be a tough task because I have the expectation that Davion Mitchell and Malik Monk are going to come in off the bench. And I think both those guys are going to be significantly more impactful. Initially, I thought you were going to ask if he could be the 6th man of the year. And while that's also in the realm of possibility, I'd say that's way lower than the question you did ask, because a lot of times 6th man of the year goes to someone who is that scoring punch off of the bench, who comes in and offensively makes a massive difference. And we know Rashawn with the push shot and Rashawn with the pick and roll. Like, one of the things I like so much about Rashawn as big man depth is, in the event of a Sabonis injury, knock on wood, in the event of Sabonis getting into foul trouble, and there were a couple of games in Sacramento where he picked up early fouls and got into foul trouble pretty early. Hell, he got his first career suspension in Sacramento in a handful of games. Yes. I think when Rashawn comes in, there is a drop-off, of course. It's like when Davion comes in for De'Aaron. There's going to be a drop-off, but it's not going to be a plummet. Like, Rashawn can still run, theoretically, the offensive system that Mike Brown wants to run, which I think is running in transition, athletic, and pick and rolls, or maybe you can even run the ball through Rashawn in the high and low post, not as much as you do with Sabonis, but I think Rashawn is a decent passer. I think you could get away with that. My point is, you don't have to change the way you play if Rashawn is in the game instead of Sabonis, or Davion is in the game instead of Fox, like you did when Corey Joseph backed up Fox, right? When Corey Joseph came into the game, as much as he said he could run in transition, the Kings became a half-court offensive team. And I liked Corey Joseph, but that was the reality. They changed the way they played based off the personnel on the floor. I think Rashawn and Davion can play the system that the Kings want to run all 48 minutes, regardless of if Fox and Sabonis are in the game. So that's the biggest advantage I see with either of those guys coming off the bench. But can Rashawn be the best player off the bench? He can, but I think he'd have to play pretty damn good, because I think Davion and Malik Monk are going to play really well for this Kings second unit.
Can I ask you a De'Aaron Fox question? Damian, I'm going to ask you this question too. You're open to answer this as well, but we'll let Matt go first.
Thank you.
It's been said almost ad nauseum by everybody that if the Kings don't get it done this year, as far as like making the playoffs and things of that nature, De'Aaron Fox is gone. You're looking to blow this thing up. You're moving on. You're getting what you can. It just can't work with them. Is there a scenario? Do you see a scenario, Matt, where the Kings don't make the playoffs and they keep De'Aaron Fox?
Yes. I mean, there's the cop-out scenario, which is for injury reasons, but I'm going to ignore that one. I think there is a scenario where Fox and Sabonis look really good and the rest of the team struggles. But the reason why I still don't feel good about that scenario by any means, I mean, I wouldn't feel good, period, if they missed the playoffs or the play-in for that matter. Mm-hmm. But I don't know where the Kings go from this point. Like, I look at the offseason, I haven't read it yet, but I think The Athletic did offseason grades for the Kings. And I haven't looked at what the grades are, but my grade is higher. B+. Yeah, actually, that's right around the realm. I would have said A-, and I also kind of grade it on a Sacramento Kings curve a little bit because – shut up, phone. Because it's a spam.
Happy anniversary to you too. Jeez.
No, I would have picked that up on the show. I grade things on a Kings offseason curve because I recognize the Kings offseason is different from most off seasons around the league. Like, what the Kings can do versus what other teams can do offseason wise is like it's different. And I think Monty McNair has put together close to the best offseason that he could put together, considering the fact that he's controlling not just the Sacramento Kings, but controlling a team who has the longest playoff drought in NBA history. Like, he's put together a really, really solid offseason. So if this doesn't work, where do you go? Like, what other minor-ish moves can you make to make it work? To me, you have to make a big move to restart, and your big move is more than likely moving on from Fox, even if it's not Fox's fault. Like, there are scenarios where De'Aaron Fox has a great season and it doesn't work. Like, I hope that's not the case, because I personally believe if De'Aaron Fox is having a great season, the Sacramento Kings are going to be winners. Like, and I've said that before. When De'Aaron Fox is playing great, I think the Kings are going to win. When De'Aaron Fox is playing good, I think the Kings can win. That's the biggest difference this season. But I don't know, short of, I mean, maybe moving on from Sabonis, but at that point, he's on the final year of his contract, and how valuable is that? I have no idea what Sabonis's situation looks like in this hypothetical scenario. So, Kenny, yeah, I think there is a scenario. I just don't think it's a good one for Sacramento. I don't think that the Kings are in any kind of position of power in that scenario.
It's I'm looking at the Athletic article. I had that pulled up, and Zach Harper lists last year's players to this year's players, and it really is almost jarring to see. Like the way he laid this out. Like Mo Harkless was upgraded to Kevin Huerter, Justin Holiday was upgraded to Malik Monk, Jeremy Lamb was upgraded to Keegan Murray, and in terms of position rankings, Josh Jackson's probably upgraded to Terrence Davis. Mm-hmm. That's quite the upgrade at that wing position there. Now I know it's not perfect for everybody, and you know there's flaws all around with the Harrison Barnes situation, but seeing it with all due respect to those guys, you know, Mo Harkless to Kevin Huerter, Justin Holiday to Malik Monk, that's like, yo, he really did do some work this offseason.
I did.
Yeah, I think James Ham has summed it up really well too, because James has said multiple times, like, you have a roster of just NBA talent now. And that was the big request that I had coming out of this offseason is get rid of fringe talent. Or if you're going to have fringe talent, make sure they're in spots 14 and 15 in two-way spots, not 12, 13, 14, 15 in two-way spots. Like, you have your fringe talent on this team, the developmental talent. You have talent that's been invited to training camp that you're going to take a look at, the Dellavedovas, the Quinn Cooks, the KZ Okpalas, the Chima Menekes. Like, these are pieces that you're going to take a look at and see what you got. But you have, I think, 8 to 9 spots ironclad solidified, and 10, 11, 12 have a case. Like, that's the biggest difference for me.
Yeah. Matt, do you think, because they had a lot of rankings, and Fox was, I think it was like 58th or 54 or something in the ESPN top 100, and they had Sabonis at like 48. Do you think, by virtue of that, you know, they're saying Sabonis is the best player on the team? Do you think that's the case? Domantas Sabonis is the best player on the Kings?
No, I'm struggling. I'm having an internal battle. No, because I do believe that the best version of the Sacramento Kings is De'Aaron Fox being his best self. And I think De'Aaron Fox's potential is higher than Domantas Sabonis's, and his current ability, I think, is higher than Domantas Sabonis's. But Sabonis has had, I hate to say it, but far more success in his NBA career than De'Aaron Fox has, both in the win column and in all-star appearances, individual awards, numbers-wise, things like that. So I understand why the rankings are that way. I understand why Sabonis is higher than Fox. But I think it's telling that, and I did a podcast episode on this, and a lot of people kind of rolled their eyes at it, and I turned it around on them and said, hey, it's late August content, leave me alone. But this idea that it's De'Aaron Fox's team or Domantas Sabonis's team, and neither of them, nobody in the organization is really looking at it that way, but we never question that, right? When Sabonis was traded here to Sacramento, it was always, okay, Sabonis is coming here to work with Fox, to pair with Fox. And it wasn't hey, Sabonis, you're playing second fiddle to De'Aaron, or you have to do everything you can to make De'Aaron look good. It's De'Aaron has a partner that he's never had before, and they theoretically and hopefully will bring out the best in each other. And I think we saw flashes of that right away before they even really knew what they were doing together on the floor in the handful of games that they played together at the end of last season. So I think De'Aaron Fox is the better player. I think the best version of Sacramento is De'Aaron Fox as the better player, but the rankings didn't really bother me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
Not as much as the point guard ratings did. Those CBS point guard ratings that got under my skin, D'Lo.
What? I don't understand. What got to you?
Oh, I don't know.
What was so upsetting?
Maybe Cade Cunningham being higher than De'Aaron Fox. Maybe. And look, I spent a lot of time talking about this on my pod. I am a big fan of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I think Casey, you put it perfectly yesterday. De'Aaron and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander are on the same tier. Like, there's no scenario where Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is 10 to 11 point guards better than De'Aaron Fox is. That's just not a thing. Right. Like, and the fact that, like, if Shai played for LA and he did. He started his career with the Clippers. But if Shea played in LA or Shea played for a winning franchise, it's like, okay, I see the cop out reason why.
Well, that's not the real LA.
Damn.
We all know that. I mean, come on.
Damn.
The Clippers aren't going to get that.
The LA side chick. Sorry, the LA side chick.
Oh my God.
But
Let's
like,
not say that today.
that's a good point.
Read the room, Matthew. Read the room.
Sorry, it's my anniversary. I'm good. But like, Shea plays for Oklahoma City. Like, and when he's played, he's played very good. But like, I get the argument. Nobody's watching Kings basketball. Is anybody watching OKC basketball? Now, I would have watched OKC basketball if Chet Holmgren was playing. He's not. I'm not going to watch OKC basketball anymore, even with like Giddey and if Shea's playing. Like, cool. I don't care. Like, so I get nobody's watching Kings basketball. That's abundantly clear with how little respect De'Aaron Fox gets, or how he's just dismissed because he's a Sacramento King. But people are watching OKC basketball enough to think that Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is the 11th. I think he was the 11th best point guard in the NBA when Fox is 22. It's like, give me a break.
It
but
doesn't matter.
But that's the thing.
It's only a matter of time before they stop making these lists because Tyrese Halliburton is so much better than everybody else. It's true. Like, here's the list for the 10th straight year of the greatest point guards in the league, and it's Tyrese Halliburton at 1, and it's like, we can't make a rest of the list because they all pale in comparison to how great Tyrese Halliburton is.
He's not wrong.
See, what I heard is that Tyrese is going to transcend positions. Like, he's going to join the likes of like Magic, where Tyrese isn't a point guard. Tyrese is just a god, That's what I heard.
He's close. He's close. Like he probably one more offseason. Another 30 and 52 record from the Indiana Pacers, and I think he'll be there.
Even NBA 2K loves Tyrese Halliburton because, I mean, everybody's going through their Kings franchises right now. I'm like 2 months into mine, and the Indiana Pacers are second in the Eastern Conference.
Come on, man.
And Tyrese is averaging 28. I'm like, okay, 2K.
Nah, man, come on.
No, I'm not kidding you. I'll bring it up. I'm not kidding you. And the Utah Jazz at one point, this was my old franchise that I deleted because I got off to such a bad start. The Utah Jazz,
those guys.
Oh, absolutely. You
Matt threw the controller.
You're damn right.
Matt's a controller thrower.
I was first off, 2K. We got to talk because y'all made Davion Mitchell terrible in that game, and we got to talk. And Keegan Murray's bad too because he's got the slowest release on the planet. But Davion Mitchell can't hit a shot.
Matt,
so
we've got to go, and
Why?
you've got to go celebrate your anniversary. I hope you're
coming next week.
I hope you're changing clothes too. You're not wearing that out, are you?
Come on, Tiger Woods romance.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Matt's having a tough day. Sara Hodges joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We're clear.
Couldn't get you in time. No, she doesn't. Well, 2:50.
Oh, damn it.
I was trying to catch you in time, but I didn't want to. We were already at 14.
Yeah.
I mean,
I lied. We could have just kept Matt on. Jesus.
Oh well.
What time she with us? 2:30?
2:50
or 2:20? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You probably just saved me from myself though, getting me off early. It's about to go on 2K rants.
That's crazy. 2K got Indiana killing.
No, 2K but there's always outliers in these things. Like I do an NBA 2K
averaging 28.
Yeah, he's literally averaging 28. Buddy Hield's got like
numbers
18 or something.
Wow, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Oh, second in the East. I love it. Wow, Mrs. Maxan heard it. She heard it. She hit you with the pause.
Who said it? Me or
It's probably me.
It was Matt.
Damn it.
It was Matt.
Hey.
What did I say? I want to know.
You said you did good getting me off early. Sophomore class field trip. I just appreciate the fact that it was Mrs. Mac-10 who pointed it out. Soren's always on his game, but I'm always appreciative.
It's the AO every time. As soon as I start seeing the
AO. Yep.
Oh man, come on, man.
Whenever I hear read the AO, I think of the video. Have you seen the video of it's a bunch of guys that they're in like Men's Warehouse or something getting fitted for wedding suits, and the groom is behind the camera, and like his best man is getting fitted, this big kind of stocky dude, and this like thin white Men's Warehouse worker is like goes through all the measurements with him and everything, and then brings out like a child suit and hands it to him, and everybody just starts dying, and they start saying, "Hey yo, it's one of my favorite videos on the internet. You gotta look it up." You'd like it if you saw it, Kenny. What?
I guess I have to see it.
Yeah, thank you, Nate. Jesus, Kenny.
I guess I gotta see it.
The baby suit. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Roddy.
You
Jesus.
gotta pop. All right.
Kenny mocking me.
I guess I gotta see it.
Kenny mocking me, laughing at me.
I'll look it up. Roddy says the video hits. All right, we'll look it up.
Thank you, Roddy.
Well, have a great day, man. We appreciate you. Thanks for making time for us.
Of course, guys. Thank you for having me.
My man,
All right, man. We'll figure out. I guess things are going to change next week, so we'll just kind of figure out what works. Practice. You got practice to go
Oh, that's right. We actually have training camp next week. That's exciting.
You're talking about practice, man.
Yeah.
Not a game. Not a
We'll
game.
figure it out.
Okay. All right, man. Have fun
Later,
tonight.
y'all.
Appreciate you.
Bye.
Take care, Matt.
Man, they really loving that video.
I know. I guess I'm not even in the loop. My ear ain't to that street, I guess.
Yeah, I know. I caught that. I should have told Jeff that. Someone sent the Big Al sent Jeff or the company a message like the number's disconnected. We can't get through. We'll have to do a PSA here for Big Al.
Yeah. Hey, what Jesse and Dame, what'd you guys think about what I said?
I saw that. Kamara sent that earlier. The last line was tweeted like that's not true. It doesn't involve that person. So I don't know.
I can't believe that happened. I really can't believe like this is what's going on today. Couldn't believe it. Then whoa, just putting it out, leaving.
Oh, big thanks again to our buddy Matt George for joining us. Practice starts next week, so we'll actually be talking about stuff that's happening on the court. And while we can't be there every day, Matt George can be there. James Ham can be there. So you will get firsthand information from King's practice every day. Also, quick note, I lied. Sara Hodges is in fact not joining us right now. She's joining us in an hour. Just telling you, I lied. I said earlier I need to keep my eyes off this sheet because we shuffled like 10 things around in the first 5 minutes of the show. So what did I do? I went to the sheet. No, Sara Hodges is next. No, she's not. She's at like 2:30. So
you lied.
I did lie.
Flex voice. You lied.
I did lie, and Tupac shot himself. So I'm sorry. Also, check out Corners of the Culture, available wherever you get podcasts from.
Mia in the building.
Yeah, we finally tracked down Mia Moore of KSFM 102.5 and started our little breakfast club style podcast this morning. It's good stuff, and it's timely, man. Thank you to the bookers at Good Morning America who put Kanye on the day that we just happened to record this podcast about Kanye West. Like you're going to want to hear this. It's great stuff. You're going to want to hear it. Still nothing from the Boston Celtics regarding Ime Udoka. Should anything pop up, we will, of course, pass that along to you. It was speculation on Woj's part that we would get an announcement today. We may very well get it tomorrow. Hell, the way Woj works, we might get it at 8 o'clock tonight. Woj will tweet the The suspension is incoming, and then he'll go to bed. he'll go do 5 minutes with Scott Van Pelt where he doesn't say anything whatsoever, and then he'll go to bed, and then Shams will ultimately get it.
Honestly, what was Woj doing to me yesterday?
I'm not sure.
I get home, all right, I'm scrolling, I see the tweet, I'm like, okay, here we go, it's about to get big. And I'm just scrolling Twitter. I can't do laundry or anything like that because I need to know what happens, and I literally just did nothing yesterday.
So you're blaming Adrian Wojnarowski for you not doing laundry last night.
That's what I told Crystal.
Well, look, I got another question because this is an issue. This is an issue in my household. Why do people not like doing laundry? Like, not, I guess cleaning the clothes is one thing, but actually putting them away, it's therapeutic for me. I don't have a problem with it.
Folding clothes is therapeutic.
Yeah, you get time. You got the headphones on.
Yeah, but for you, you're not really.
You know, it's
for you. I don't think it's the same for us as it is for you. Like your clothes are being dropped off by someone in a suit, in a white gloves, in a plastic bag, and all you have to do is pull the plastic bags off and put the hangers back in your closet.
I do all my own laundry, and I don't have a problem with it. But some people, they just don't like doing laundry. I don't get it.
Folding laundry is trash. I don't even fold my laundry. I throw it on a chair in my room. I'm not folding it. It's the worst part of laundry.
But I don't understand it. You just fold the clothes.
I like walking to the washer and like doing a little walk in my apartment, but I hate folding laundry. You're a crazy person.
Laundry is like I said, it's time where you can just, I got something I got a podcast or some music in my ears. If I'm in the room, I can watch something. I got the background, it's therapeutic. It's time where you could just do whatever you need to do to get your mentals right.
Yeah, I'm not going to say you're alone on that one. You might be alone on this show on that. That one does not. I can't say I like. I'm not going to go so far as to say doing laundry is trash, but I'm also not going to go so far as to say it's therapeutic. Like it's a task that I have to do. What I don't like is doing dishes, and I don't like putting the dishes away. I don't like that whole process.
I mean, that's also a little therapeutic too. Once again, throw your headphones on, you listen to something, you handle business right there.
I guess that explains the meeting on Tuesday. You didn't fold any laundry this weekend. You just came into the meeting all fired up. That's all right. There are rumors. There's rumors here in the chatty house that Kenny's in fact lying about laundry. There's sources. I
have no problem doing laundry.
Sources from inside the Caraway house say that Kenny is in fact lying about doing laundry.
You want to see somebody fall out? Let me ask my son Reese to do his laundry. Oh, he'll just fall out right there. Like it's the worst thing in the world. If you don't pair those socks up and roll them up, like what's the problem? Just roll them up.
The left-right socks are the most frustrating things on the planet because you just can't grab socks and like put them together. You've got here's the left, and then like I'll grab 8 straight socks. Oh, left. Do I own a right sock? Oh, pull them all over here. Why do these ones look different? These are the same size? Why do they look different sizes? It's like they all wash different. And then there's always the missing sock. Oh, it's a mess.
The missing sock is very frustrating. Very frustrating.
Well,
I'm not going to explain anything.
Jazz sources, I should say, from inside the Caraway house are asking for explanations of the piles of laundry on the second floor of the house. Now, the reason, Jasmine, that I think there are piles of laundry on the second floor of the house is because that's the floor of the house you guys don't visit. You spend most of the time on the third and the fourth floor of the house, and you're on the west wing. The pile of laundry, I believe, is on the east wing, and the help just hasn't made their way over to clean it up and put it away yet.
One time when we were looking, they have these brownstones downtown. They're brownstones, and they got like four levels. And you come in on the second level, and then one room is on the third level, another room's on the fourth, and then you got one below the second level, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How many of those did you buy?
None at all. They're not like. I don't think they're outrageous, but they're not in my tax bracket.
We mentioned I lied about Sara Hodges. Sorry about that. She'll be with us 1 hour from now. Chris Biderman will be with us later on in the show as well. He's locked in around 2:47. So we mentioned with Matt. Matt brought up the Athletic piece from Zach Harper, who graded the offseason that the Sacramento Kings had and gave it a B+. Solid there. We just went over the positional changes, particularly at the wing position. They're like, yo, this really is a pretty big upgrade. He didn't really mark any upgrades anywhere else at the center position or the power forward position or anything along those lines. But I did find this part interesting because I feel like it's been bordering on universal.
Mm-hmm.
People will say really nice things about the Sacramento Kings, but they always hedge their bets. Did the team get better? The Kings absolutely improved as a team. We need to mention they've brought in Mike Brown to be their head coach. The Kings front office is hoping his attention to detail in designing and coaching defense will help cure a lot of what ails this Kings core. Goes on to talk about Murray, Kevin Huerter, Malik Monk. Very successful offseason for this team.
Mm-hmm.
Just because the Kings had a good offseason doesn't mean it'll translate to breaking the playoff drought. And considering the renewed depth of the Western Conference, I'm not sure how realistic that is. The good offseason of the Kings is to correct some of the ills of their roster construction of the past. This has not been a good core, and it hasn't really shown tangible progress. They've just kind of been middling at the back end of the West for some time, and now it's hard to galvanize the extended level of mediocrity with a couple of really solid moves to add up to a good offseason. First thing that stands out about that one, that's universal. It's let me rephrase it. It's bordering on universal. Hey, what the Kings did are really good. Still not sure they're going to be very good this year, but their moves are very good. The players are very good. We really like this. We really like that. We like this. We like that. Oh, so you think they're going to be good this year? No, not going to go that far. And I don't know if it's being burned by the Kings past, but I do think one thing is wrong. I do not believe in the depth of this Western Conference at all. What am I missing? What did I do wrong? I do not see this Western Conference the same way everybody else does.
The Western Conference, it is high, it is far, it is gone. It's caught.
No, it is gone, but it's caught.
It is gone, but caught.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
I think that's an overblown narrative. Like the West is cool.
I don't agree with it at all.
The West is cool. You know, they've got, I think you got about 9 solid teams that you can pencil in there with no injuries, saying that they're in. And then you've got the Blazers and the Kings battling out for 10th, and then you've got 4 terrible teams.
There's just a lot of projection. There's a lot. Oh, well, the Lakers can't possibly finish 33-49 again. We'll point out LeBron James averaged 30 points per game last year.
And they absolutely can if Anthony Davis or LeBron James go down. Absolutely.
Projection. The New Orleans Pelicans. You talk about Zion. Great. So we're positive this is going to work. Just because Zion's back, we're positive that the New Orleans Pelicans is going to work. Because we'll take the what if they get injured out of the conversation and just go, so you're sure? Because Zion's been healthy before and it hasn't worked. But we're sure it's going to work this time after a year off of basketball. There's a lot of projection. I project with the Los Angeles Clippers. I think they're going to be very good. We know Utah is falling back. That's not projection. That's just fact. Like Utah is falling back. Denver, they're going to be so much better because, okay. Like, cool. They're still a playoff team. I get that. Like, even if they drop a little bit, they're still a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
But I just feel like there's the renewed depth. Oh, it's the monster that is the Western Conference. Like, no, it's not.
No,
it's not.
It's no different than the Eastern Conference. I mean, one of the things that
the top of the East is better.
The top of
in
the
my opinion,
but the bottom of the East is just as good as anything in the West. You know, the middle to the end of the West, just as good. Like the thing that I always come back to is the league is just stacked. Like that's just what it is. There's so many good players in this league, and even the worst teams in the league have players that can beat you on any given night. Absolutely. That's just the league. So the whole thing of the West is so loaded that you're not paying attention. You're just not paying attention. And I hate to be like this, but I don't think Zach Harper pays attention much at all. Just don't think he does. He doesn't pay attention. Now, like, to talk about the caveats, I was listening to Zach Lowe when he was talking at length about the Sacramento Kings. Zach Lowe is somebody that and we've said this numerous times, like, he does his homework. He watches the Kings. If he has an opinion of what's going on with this team, it's because he's watched them for sure. So that's how I feel. There's a level of credibility when I hear Zach Lowe talk about the Sacramento Kings. And he was fair. He was fair with everything that he said. You know, he was optimistic on some things. He was pessimistic on others. He has them around 11th, but he sees where things can go differently. Now, the funny thing to me, where I got a chuckle, was he talks about like what I talked about. We're like, man, the Kings just having a better coach, having more talented players, just actually caring on the defensive end. I could see them being around 10th or 17th, you know, in defense. And this is a team that has a lot of good offensive players. Like, maybe they could hover around top 10 in the league in offense. And you got a team that's 17th in defense, top 10 in offense. That's probably around a 500 team. Now, that probably still won't get you in the play-in. Excuse me? What do you guys think is happening at 9 and 10? You think, we got 60-win teams at 9 and 10? I think the Spurs were 14 games under 500 last year.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're around 500, not off the top of my head, and I'll pull up the standings in a second, but not only are you in the play-in, you may be hosting a game.
The Spurs were 34-48 last year.
The
Pelicans were 36.
So they were 2 games over 500.
Yeah, the Pelicans were 36-46, and then you had 42-40, 46-36. That was the Minnesota Timberwolves. Those were the 4 play-in teams.
If you tell me, if you lay out that scenario, and I'll ask you and I'll ask everybody else, you lay out that scenario where the Kings are, let's just say, 12th in the league in scoring, in offense, and they're 17th on defense, that's probably putting them around 500. You're absolutely in the play scenario. You're probably 7 or 8, and you're getting 2 cracks at it.
Yeah, I mean, 46 wins and 42 wins were 7 and 8 last year. So are they around 41 wins, 42 wins, 40 wins? Getting 40 wins this year, baby. Are they that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those are all play-in numbers, in my opinion. I think in our opinion, it's just like where in the seeding are they? Obviously, Houston is not going to be good. Oklahoma City is going to be really bad. I guess what it really boils down to is what you think about Portland.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that a Zach Harper or any national media member is going to say anything bad about a team that Dame Lillard is playing on for 82 games. So.
And
oh yeah, they're gonna be right back in it. They're gonna bounce back, and that's another one. I don't see it. Not because of Dame. I don't see the construction of that team. Yusuf Nurkic for the next $70 million is so head scratching to me.
And I understand it. I understand if I'm looking at and I'm not really paying attention, I'm gonna give the Dame Lillard team the benefit of the doubt over
Sure.
Fox, DeMontis Sabonis team. I understand it. I think you're wrong. I'm not really high on Portland and what they could do, but you always have that caveat of, man, Dame can just go crazy for a month and lead them to wins that they probably shouldn't have. I get that for sure. But I just, like I said, that scenario was laid out because I think he said the win total was the odds or the over-under was 33, I think it was. Maybe it was 30 or something like that. And Zach Lowe was like, yo, I'm going way. I'm hammering the over. Like, that's kind of out of pocket. Like, definitely doing that. But if it was 33 and you're hammering the over, you have them in the play-in. You have them in the play-in. If you're so convinced on the over, and I'm gonna say it's 33. I think it's 33. If you're so convinced on the over at 33, you're probably talking 38, 39. That gets you in the play-in. Is that the ultimate goal? Absolutely not. I get that, but that's where you're at. You're in the plan. You give yourself.
We also, and that's the thing, though. It is what it is. Like, we just have to acknowledge, like, the play-in is here. It's not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to apologize for being a play-in team. If you're a 7 or an 8 play-in team, those are the old playoff spots. Those aren't the made-up playoff spots. Like, those are, the new play-in spots. Those were actual playoff spots. You don't have to apologize for those. We don't have to put all these caveats on, are they a play-in team? Are they? Maybe we just have to start referring to it as postseason goals. Like, I'm not really sure what it is, but like for the first year, it's like, all right, they're playing squad. Second year, okay, it's like it's here. Playing ain't going nowhere. So we just got to acknowledge it is what it is. Whether it's the
art of it right now,
whether it's the ultimate goal or not, like use it as a goal. You need to be one of the 10 teams.
Mm-hmm.
Once you get there, take care of your business however you have to, whether that's winning 1 game or 2 games or winning on the road or winning at home. But playing ain't going nowhere, and we don't have to apologize for the Kings winding up I see, they're a playing team at the worst. Well, fine. Then that's what they are. They're a playing team.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how the NBA postseason is constructed now, so we've just got to ride with it. You don't have to apologize for it.
Facts.
Doing too much.
I don't think you got an opportunity to answer the question that I asked. I wanted to know what you had to think about. Because every time I turn around, somebody trying to trade De'Aaron Fox again. Every time I turn around.
Stop turning around.
Every time I turn around, somebody trying to trade De'Aaron Fox. And it's almost a foregone conclusion to so many that if the Kings don't make the postseason, that you have to ship him out of here. And I just kind of was thinking, like, I mean, is there a scenario where it doesn't go the way everybody wants to go, yet you bring De'Aaron Fox back? Like, I know everybody wants to like point the finger and point at something, but if De'Aaron Fox, what do you have? 23-5, I think, last year. When Sabonis was here, he was 29-7. Let's split the difference. Let's say if De'Aaron Fox goes for 24-6 on the season, that's a good season. It's his fault and he's got to go, or you're simply saying, and you're never going to win with him.
I think the people who are trying to trade De'Aaron Fox are going to do that no matter what. Barring winning the MVP, the NBA championship, and the NBA Finals MVP, barring going Asia Wilson this year, those people don't want De'Aaron Fox here for whatever reason. They're not going to like him no matter what he does. He could put up those numbers. You present that scenario, he could put up those numbers. But they can win 40 games, so that's not enough. We just want to be a 40-win team. That's the standard we set for ourselves. We want to win 40 games. We want to win 41 games. We're just barely cracking 500 with this guy. Those people are always going to find a way to disingenuously evaluate De'Aaron Fox and his play and his contributions to the team. I don't see a situation where that happens, though. But unless everyone else gets hurt,
right?
But if they in part of the, and I know people say it's easy to respond to that with, he's done it before. He's had good years before, and it's amounted to nothing. I believe that. I think it's different this year, and it's not a shot at anybody. I believe it's different because Mike Brown. That's why I think it's different. I don't think you're going to have a player performing at that magnitude with this group of guys. He's not putting up the 24-6 or the 25-6 with sub NBA players around him. He's doing it with guys with Malik Monk, who had the year he had last year and wants to to earn a bigger long-term contract, with Kevin Huerter, who signed a big deal with the Atlanta Hawks and was sent here. Like he's doing it with real NBA players for at least real NBA players at this stages of their career for arguably the first time in his career. The faults of De'Aaron Fox are partly his, but the organization bears a lot of responsibility for this too.
I agree. I agree. I mean, he carries some responsibility for it just because it's it's his game and that's the nature of the beast. Like you're the guy, so you got to bear some of the responsibility. We continue to talk about last year and the way the season started. It wasn't the best at all. That was not a good start to the season. But at the same time, there hasn't been a lot around him in terms of stability and just coaching and players good enough for him to succeed. I mean, I think there's a reason why. There's a reason why his production skyrocketed after the Domantas Sabonis trade.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why. And there can be a litany of reasons, but that's not a coincidence. And that's why I think you're going to see him play a lot better from the start this year. Like whatever was going on, that doesn't seem to be the issue anymore.
We'll come back. We'll talk more NBA as we roll. There was a trade involving Danny Ainge.
Man, Danny's still going to work, man.
Conspiracy. Danny knew something. He was like, I'm gonna slide in here and get a deal done. We'll look at the continued stripping of the Utah Jazz roster. We've got Sara Hodges coming up about 45 minutes from now. Chris Biderman coming up in an hour. Phone lines open for you. 916-909-1320. Big Al, if you're listening. 916-909-1320. It's D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Yeah, Ramsey, what the hell is going on? Who the hell is David? What is happening in the chat today? David and Phil, y'all got to calm down. Chat's a happy place. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. Oh, Dr. Davis, Kenny doing laundry bit. That's good stuff.
Oh, no. What's going on here?
Melanie asks, which floor of Kenny's house is the new Casey and Friends show going to be broadcast from?
Come on, man. Come on.
He lost track somewhere around February. He lost track.
I only have 2 floors. Only 2. I'm just trying to live. That might have been about when you were in the 3rd grade. That was 2010. No, man. It might have been 2009. Oh, maybe not that young. It was 10 or 9. I can't even remember. I think it was 10. See, Andrew? That's how you get things done. Mm-hmm.
I don't mind vacuuming. It's always amazing to see how much dog hair comes up in the vacuum.
Doing the dishes is okay. That's my job. She cooks, I clean the kitchen. I'll get overwhelmed.
That's one thing I like doing is cooking. I do like to cook.
See, I don't like cooking.
Not a fan. I like creating.
Not a fan.
Y'all are funny, man. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that.
Like the grocery store?
Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with the grocery store.
Always ends
Can't
bad.
go there hungry, though. I know that much.
Yeah, I can't. Nah, I go to if I can't go first thing in the morning, I ain't going. I just won't eat. Nah.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is a way to do it too.
Yeah.
This thread on the 2007 All-Star Game. In the words of a former Vegas casino worker with over 20 years in the business, All-Star Weekend was really the first time Las Vegas had lost control. That's saying something. I think they're more equipped now, though. If they ever needed to go back, I think they're equipped. I think they could handle it. But it's not okay. It's not okay. Hey, I got a question.
Okay. Startled me. Really excited to come back from that commercial.
Well, that just, you see the chatty house, you see things.
I see him.
Stuff like that. Is De'Aaron Fox the new Barry Bonds or the new Colin Kaepernick? Because in terms of you say his name and just the opinions just go. They just go and the sides get drawn.
Colin Kaepernick. No, DeMarcus Cousins.
Oh, Marcus out. I forget Marcus. Yeah.
He's DeMarcus Cousins. Yeah, and I don't know why that is. They have really strong reactions to De'Aaron Fox.
And there's nothing in the middle. He either stinks or you're tripping. He's really good.
Yeah. All-star. What was the all-stardom is on the way. Of course, that was about Tyrese and not Tyrese Halliburton and the 30-52 Indiana Pacers.
Yeah, man. De'Aaron's a good ball player. He has to be consistent, and he's got to do his part to turn that into winning. But De'Aaron a good ball player. He is far, far, far from the problem here in Sacramento since he's been here.
One of my favorite social media behaviors is when someone says, the media is not talking about this. And this has gotten mentioned to us a couple of times today. So I'll bring it to the show and point it out. There's a tweet out there. I don't know if this tweet has any traction or not, but it's something we were tagged in. It said, mind you, Brett Favre committed an actual crime and is still getting less coverage than Ime Udoka mixing work with play. We got quote tweeted at D-Lo and KC. Can we talk about this?
Y'all ain't been listening, man.
Like yesterday when we said Brett Favre should be in jail, or like last week when the story broke, or the day after. I think people think because they don't see it on social media or because they weren't tuned in on that day that someone's not talking about it. Like no one is talking about this. So you have monitored every radio show and television show, and you have determined that no one is talking about something. I find that fascinating. I don't know what ESPN is talking about. I put the football highlights now. I've started turning ESPN back on here during the show because NFL Live in September makes a lot more sense than NFL Live in June.
Right.
So I've got the highlights running in the background, but it always makes me laugh. Like, you didn't hear us address this yesterday? I'm sorry you weren't tuned in. You've got to tune in. Those are the rules. You can't say we're not talking about something if you're not locked in.
Yeah, man, you got to tap in. We've been talking about Brett Favre and how he should be behind bars. It's disgusting, too, by the way.
As our man Sir Marcus Smith pointed out, that dude stole from the federal government. How the hell is he a free man right now?
I have
if
no
Brett
idea.
If Brett Favre's name was DeAndre, he wouldn't be free.
Man, hell no. Hell no.
My man would be locked up. They won't let me out. He'd be singing that song that the old boy was singing earlier.
Yeah.
Ridiculous, man.
Yeah, Brett Favre. We've been talking about Brett Favre. We're gonna continue to talk about Brett Favre.
But people also people also forget that the news cycle turns over quick.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not just like the Ime Udoka story. That's going to be old. The suspension is going to come out. Oh, it's going to spark back up again, and it's going to be old again.
It's Thursday. We ain't talking about Udoka on Monday.
Nope.
I can promise you that. It's Kings media day.
Well,
the 49ers after Sunday Night Football.
I'm going to throw you a lifeline here and say we're probably not. I can't envision a situation where we are, but if some investigative report gets done, be like, yeah, y'all won't believe this. It wasn't one woman. It was the whole cheerleading squad. There were 7 of them. Like I don't know. There's already some crazy Twitter threads out there.
Club.
The Forum Club
At halftime
with Magic Johnson. It's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah.
The ghost of Wilt Chamberlain arrived and truly got the party started.
Yeah.
Wow.
We like us for those that are tagging us on Twitter and everything else. Yes, we talked about Brett Favre. Yes, we're going to continue to talk about Brett Favre.
Hell, if you want to, we can create a new segment. This is your daily reminder that Brett Favre should be in prison. We can start that every day. If you're a business and you would like to sponsor the Brett Favre should be in jail part of the show, this would be perfect for a bail bondsman. If you're a bail bonds company and you want to be a part of it, you let us know. Call us. I don't know Justine's number anymore. Call Jesse. Look at that. He's right there. Call Jesse. Jesse can literally look. I'm gonna hit a different screen here on YouTube. He can literally walk behind him or past that window that you see here on Twitch and YouTube. Grab Justine, connects you. Boom. The Brett Favre should be in jail segment is brought to you by your company.
Make it happen, people. Call me.
Call Jesse.
916-909-1320. That's
it.
Let's get it in.
We got you.
Get in.
Bojan Bogdanovic was traded today. The Jazz are attempting to be the first team in NBA history to enter training camp without a roster.
Well, they did get Kelly Olynyk.
They got Kelly Olynyk back. Yeah, Kelly Olynyk is headed to Utah, but Bojan Bogdanovic headed to the Detroit Pistons. So it's Clarkson and who's left? Is it
Colin Sexton?
Well, no, Colin Sexton's there.
Oh, you mean that?
I'm talking about from the old group. I'm talking about from the old group.
That's it. Clarkson and Rudy Gay and Mike Conley.
Mike Conley. That okay. I couldn't remember. But yeah, okay. So Mike Conley. Poor Rudy Gay. Bring Rudy Gay back to Sacramento. Rudy Gay, the nicest person on the planet. Yeah. Should we boo Rudy Gay? Like, no. Rudy Gay is the nicest human being in the league.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, Jordan Clarkson, Mike Conley, Rudy Gay. All right.
So I'm checking the temperature again of everybody. So we just like that price was pretty cheap for Bojan.
Kelly Olynyk, yep.
If it was, and you probably don't want to do it because it might hamper you for future moves. But if it was, you can get Jordan Clarkson for Alex Len. We still don't want to do it because it's too many guards.
And
if you say no, it's too many guards. Like I do get that, I understand it, but damn, if the price is that cheap, I feel like I originally said, go get Clarkson and figure it out later.
It's not that big of a deal. It's 13 this year and a player opt for 14 next year. You could, I guess, like if you did that, would you be committing Kevin Huerter at the 3? Like, look, this is where your minutes are going to come from. This is where we're going to play you. You're going to get a bulk of your minutes here rather than we thought you'd be a 2 and a help 3. Now you just might be the 3.
Yeah, he'd still be a 2 though, because he'd be your starting 2 guard.
Kevin Huerter still, even in this situation?
Yeah, I think they bring.
Oh, damn. I don't know then, dude. No.
I think
I know Clarkson would come off the bench. I was thinking about your boy. Chris Haynes, shout out Chris Haynes, good friend of the show, tweeted Boston Celtics head coach Ime Udoka will not be resigning from his position as he awaits sanctions from the organization. So that conversation is out, according to Chris Haynes. Boston Celtics head coach Ime Udoka will not be resigning from his position as he awaits sanctions from the organization. So based on Woj's tweets, I assume he's being suspended for the year. I don't know what would be in the way of that or what would have changed from, because as we said to start this show, that's not something Adrian Wojnarowski made up. That's not something he hypothesized on his own. It's something he was told, and that is at least the plan that's on the table right now.
Yeah.
So Chris Haynes says that Ime Udoka is not resigning. Hey, Jesse, let's shoot Chris Haynes a text, see if he wants to join the show.
He answered it back.
Yeah. It's time.
Big fan.
Maybe this is the moment.
I'm gonna tell him, Chris, I know you're there. Just answer me.
Chris, I know you see this. Just would you please come on the show? Okay, so no, you okay? But back to the Kings. Kevin Huerter moving. No, what I was trying to make room for your boy Malik Monk, starting at the 2, Kevin Huerter at the 3, and then your boy Jordan Clarkson could come off the bench. If you've still got Kevin Huerter at the 2, fam, I'm sorry, there's no room. I don't know. I don't know what you do. Where do you play him and when?
You got a bench unit of Davion, Monk, and Clarkson. There's 3 guards off the bench. And then you kind of do what you want with that, depending on the situation. Because the minutes that get affected, in my opinion, are Harrison's. So say Clarkson is cooking that night. Huerter would be kind of your de facto 3, like when you go to close out the lineup, and maybe you're finishing the game with Clarkson, Huerter, Fox, Murray, Sabonis. Or maybe Murray is the one that is out and you finish with Harrison Barnes at the 4. Monk is still in a situation though in that case where you find the minutes for him, and then you still got Terrence Davis as well.
Is Jordan Clarkson a more appealing trade asset than Harrison Barnes?
In what way? What you mean? Like around the league?
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Thank you.
It's a good question.
Thank you.
I would say
pride myself in those.
I would say no. That's
okay.
That's my thought.
Okay.
Look.
Then I don't know. I don't see a situation where this works. I feel like the position you need is that's just not the position of need, and I don't think it's a game-changing acquisition.
Okay.
Especially at that position, because it's hard to. I just can't find enough minutes for him to be super impactful.
Hey, but I'll say
unless you start Kevin Huerter at 2 and pretty much don't play him there again, which I guess that's fine also.
And I'll say this because I like the guy. I love the guy. I want to see more consistent play from Harrison Barnes this year. Because everything
I understand.
Every time we and not just, I'm not saying it's you or nothing like that, but just we talk about going to get somebody and Harrison. Well, you can't give up Harrison Barnes. He's the only one that does this and that, and I get all that, but a lot of his, I think he averaged like 16 or 17 points a game last year. A lot of it was it felt like in a Willie Cauley-Stein sort of way. Like he'd have, he'd have 28 one game, 6 the next.
I think that only happened a couple of times. I mean, it happened. I think he averaged, what was it? It was like 20, 25 per game in the first like 3 or 4 games or something.
And like I
didn't maintain that.
I think and I say this honestly, not as a knock to him. I think he's capable of being more consistent. Like, I don't want the times when he's got 4 points on 5 shot attempts. Like that, to me, that's unacceptable of Harrison. I think Harrison is better than that. And then defensively, I want to see him be more effective there. You know, I want to see the defensive Harrison Barnes that I believe is there. I didn't think we always got that. And Marcus brings up a good point. He did have a foot injury.
Yeah.
So maybe that hampered him throughout the season. And that's fair. I'm not saying there aren't reasons for that. I'm just saying whether it's health or, you know, just his mentality, I want to see him get back to being a little more consistent.
The Soul Shine Band, that's a fantastic name on youtube.com/ESPN1320 is trying to figure out a way to get Clarkson here. He mentions Holmes for Clarkson. That's a terrible idea. That's giving up way too much. Holmes has a place on this team. Clarkson is the one that doesn't have a place on this team.
That's true.
I don't know where to put him and make it work.
I get that too. You know, and James disagrees. I think you can go 3-guard lineup in this league more times than not, especially in the regular season when teams are always seeing you. So, like,
but you're not counting Kevin. So you're not counting Kevin Huerter as a guard, though.
Yeah, it's your 3-guard. Like, it ain't 2 guards, small forward. It's 3 guards.
So De'Aaron, Monk, and Huerter.
Yeah.
Davion, Clarkson, and could Monk be in that role too?
Yeah.
So it's just 1, 2, and 2, and then 4 or 5.
You're talking about to start my bad.
I'm talking about like in rotations.
Yeah. Yes. I'm just saying through different points of the game. Like sometimes in a closeout situation, like maybe you'll close it out with Fox, Monk, and Huerter. And hell, maybe Harrison at the 4.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I think you can go 3-guard more than people anticipate. But to your point, Clarkson is the tough fit. Clarkson and Monk are like the same player. Mm-hmm. That's kind of where, and Terrence Davis is kind of like the same as them too. So you got 3 guys that are basically the same.
I mean, to go back to your original proposition, if like it includes, Alex Len, then fine. I want to see Neemias Queta in that role anyways. It's not a knock on Alex Len, but we know what time it is. Like, that's fine. Jesse worked. You said Metu. I assume it's Metu, Terrence Davis, and Alex Len for Jordan Clarkson. That works money wise. Like, all right. Like, it makes sense to trade Terrence Davis. It makes sense to trade someone at that position if you're bringing in Jordan Clarkson.
Yeah.
But I still don't know. That's like, is that a move for move's sake?
It adds to depth. It adds to firepower.
Okay.
Yeah. And you're giving up.
I'm concerned about the
and I like Alex Len too, but Alex Len's not playing that much. But you're not giving up much to add firepower. You're not like, I don't feel like some people may look at it where you're not trading firepower for firepower.
Yeah.
You're trading nothing and gaining firepower.
Yeah. You're trading pieces, expiring contracts.
And I take that back. I don't want to say there's nothing because those are my, especially.
Yeah, that was, I tried to clean it up for you.
TD, my guy, man. So it's not nothing. It's just, he may not be.
We don't even know what his, Terrence, what's your role going to be this year?
Is that, honestly, I don't know. Is that a trick question?
No, we don't know.
That's the frustrating thing too, because, man, I like Terrence Davis, man. I think he can play. I think if I was Mike Brown, I'd be trying to find a way to have him in the rotation. The only reason, like, I'm putting him in these trade scenarios because I don't know if he's going to be in there. Like, I don't know how much time he's going to get. But if I was the coach, I think Terrence Davis could be a major asset. I do. I like his game, toughness. Like, I think he can be somebody that can give you that versatile scoring option, and he's going to work on the defensive end. The tough part is finding a place for him, and that's when I go without Clarkson. That's when I go maybe that second unit. That's where you have a 3-guard lineup.
So I get what you say. Like he'll work hard on the defensive end, but will he work effectively on the defensive end?
I think he can. I think he can. With the right coaching and putting him in the best situations, I absolutely think he can. I think him and Davion Mitchell coming off your bench defensively, they could hound people on the perimeter. And then that frees up Monk to just do what he does.
I feel like I saw a lot of that from Terrence Davis.
No, Terrence Davis can have it on defense.
No, Sacramento Kings defensive grading curve here. I feel like he worked his ass off, but it wasn't always effective or efficient. Like the line about movement and activity? I feel like he was moving.
Achievement.
He wasn't lost. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't lost like there were some other guys out there that were lost. And hell, maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's part of this conversation is if the other defenders on the floor are doing their job, maybe what Terrence is doing is significantly more effective.
Right.
So Terrence is locking someone up for 4 seconds or 5 seconds instead of having to do it for 8. And then, the ball winds up in the post because someone else got lost and Kings are inbounding the ball and headed up the floor.
Yeah. And
down 12. Mark Jones was said 3-point basket for the Kings. The lead is down to 21. Damn it, Mark, I swear. If I don't hear that ever again, I'll be happy.
Shout out to Mark Jones. I got to figure out where he's at this week. I heard him last week in Washington.
We're on the move, man.
I think I talked about it last week, but how we had that conversation in college football, the crowds and stuff like that. Well, Michigan State came to town the other day, and that stadium in Washington was full. It was there. There was like 60, 70,000. So, so once again, I think I did this last week, but I apologize a little bit of West Coast football. They come out, they pull up.
I think that's right. You should apologize.
Yeah, I got love for West Coast football.
Tweet it so it's official.
But the other thing about Terrence and what he can do on the defensive end is in that particular situation, he's going to be asked to guard second string guys as opposed to Devin Booker. You know what I mean? Maybe the rotations. Maybe Devin's still in there or whatever. But if he's doing that against second string guys, I think he absolutely can hold his own on the defensive end and be effective with what they do on the defensive end. And him and Davion coming off the bench like that, like I said, that just frees up Malik to just do whatever he wants to do on the offensive end. Be dynamic.
I'd love to have the opportunity to ask Mike Brown about how you approach this upcoming season in terms of, how bad this team is defensively. Do you inundate them with information and schemes and ideas, or is it grade school? Like the first week of training camp, that this is going to be simple. And then it's going to get a little bit more complicated in week 2. Like how slowly or how quickly can you integrate this stuff and it be effective? Is the slow approach more effectively than okay, guys, we've got to sit down. We've got to correct this defensive. We've got 2-a-days here for the first 3 days of practice. And I have no idea if the Kings have 2-a-days first 3 days of practice, but the first morning is going to be all defense. Like every morning practice is going to be defense. And then we'll do our other stuff in the afternoon. Because there is a point where there's too much information, especially for a group who hasn't had to do this stuff before. Yeah. And maybe they were explaining this stuff before. They either weren't explained it effectively or they didn't execute it effectively. Like how much is too much, and how can Mike Brown approach this? I'd love to ask him that question.
Yeah, and my guess,
remind me when Mike Brown joins the show.
For sure. And my guess would be you start simple, right? You start simple, man. Hey, defensively, be locked in. Go to your original defensive principles that are elementary. Keep the guy in front of you. Be in help defense. Don't get beat backdoor. Trust in your teammates. behind you to help you out. Not letting them down, though, and being reckless on the perimeter. Get back to the absolute basics on defense. Let's start there. Give your effort. Stay locked in. Because I think, to be honest with you, if they are able to do that on a consistent basis, that alone will have them rising up the ranks on defense. I just thought last year there was no attention to detail on the defensive end. And that hurt them a lot. They're going to get better in some respects. I know a lot of people talk about the rim protection and all this other stuff, but they're going to get way better on the rebounding side of things, defensive rebounding. Your defense, that's part of it. Finishing off the defensive possession with a rebound. And that's another thing Zach Lowe was talking about. Their defensive, as a team, their rebounding went through the roof once Sabonis got here. So I think that's going to help out as well. So to answer your question originally, first couple days, hey, just let's focus on making sure we're doing our job individually as far as just being locked in and engaged on the defensive end. Yeah, we have little scheme things that we're trying to do. We'll get to that. But if everybody's not engaged, I tell the kids, and they're not kids, but I think some of the things apply. I tell the kids all the time, I got plays for you to score all over the place. I can draw up whatever play to get you wide open. If you're not engaged in executing the simple things, it doesn't matter. So Mike Brown could have all the ideas in the world defensively of how to switch and how to rotate and all this other stuff. If you're not engaged, none of it matters. So you have to address that first.
We have to address Sara Hodges, CBS 13. She joins us next when D'Lo and KC return on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, are they ready for the 13th round?
Yeah, man. Big news, man. Big
Wait.
news popping off, man. Hold on. Let me get in here. Sarah, I know you can hear us. Hold on 1 second. I gotta tell these people what's going on in the boxing world, man. Gotta let them know. Hold on, let me get one other thing. Yeah, that's right. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big ups to my people over at Meister Watches, my main man, Ryan, my man, Jovan, the plug. You already know what it is. Big ups to him. And D-Lo and KC, man. Go get your merch, man. Get that D-Lo and KC merch. Shakur Stevenson, he was all set and ready to go for his fight tomorrow night in his hometown of Newark, New Jersey, going up against Robinson Conceição in a 12-round junior lightweight title fight where Stevenson was the holder of the WBC and the WBO junior lightweight titles. Well, it's a 130-pound limit, and Shakur came to the weights, to the scales this morning at 131.6. And he didn't try to make weight. He said, I'm not trying to make weight. I'm out of here. I'm not doing it. He was stripped of the titles, and tomorrow's fight will be Conceição can win the titles. Shakur cannot retain the titles, and that's just the way it is. I know it looks a certain way, and he should have made weight. That's a professional thing that you do. You make your weight. That's what all the boxers always talk about. But he didn't. In the long run, it's not going to affect him much because he's going up to lightweight. He's going up to 135. He was already going to do that anyway. And him losing the belts on the scales on 130, it's not a huge deal, but he's on his way up to 135. And that's where the big boys play right now. That's where you got your Devin Haney's. That's where you got your Tank Davises. That's where you got your Isaac Cruzes. I think it's lining up for Stevenson to face Haney after Haney smacks around Kambosos one last time. I think that's going to be the case, and that's a hell of a fight. And the one thing that I will say about Shakur, he was big at 130. He was a big 130. 135, the punching power, the size, does it translate? We've seen it a number of different times in the boxing game where at one weight class, you're the big beast, you're the big bully, and then you move up, and all these other guys are just like that all the time, and it may not translate. I think it will. I think Shakur is going to be fine. But I'm ready to see him in 135 and what happens with him moving forward. And that's the 13th round. There's a lot of good fights at 135, 140, all that other stuff, man. I mean, that's a fight right there. Shakur versus Ryan. That would be crazy at 135. Come on, man. But they run around talking about how I don't run from anybody. Stop. But yeah, I'm done with 135. I'm not going to 140. Or I'm going to 140. I'm done with 135. What? Tank is like 4'11". Like he's not going to 140. Not right now, at least. My man Pino, it's all love, big dog. You know, coming with that 13th round, man. Hey, Damien, guess what I did today? I made the plunge. I took the zip tie off one of my shoes.
Man, that's when you know you got money. Man, when you just take the zip tie off, that is money.
Cut it off. I just, untie. We're just rolled. It's intact. But I'm like, I don't want this on my shoe no more.
That's funny. Tracy Sandler asked me about that. We're coming back. Never mind. Live on the Odyssey app. Live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter, and live from the CBS 13 studios as we welcome in the homegirl, Sara Hodges. Sara, what's up, buddy?
Y'all can hear me?
We hear you. Fantastic.
Yeah, what's going on? That's extra money.
Just trying to do what I do with you guys. Like, hey, square up on the square. So I'm in frame. Nothing. I went to the gym today. It was insane because Thursdays I usually train with like all the UFC fighters and I can't breathe and I just look ridiculous out there, but I finished.
Big ups to Lim. Big up to Game Fit doing their thing over there as always. As always. Yeah.
Nobody's ODing on me though. Like, I'm not joking. Like, I'll be doing an exercise and like Lim like loves to do things like when you look good. Like if you don't look good, he's like not gonna put you on. So like I'm doing the bike, right? And he like goes one angle and he's like, no. And he goes the other angle and he's like, nah. He's like, come on, baby. He's like, you're just gaining weight, baby. Like I can't even put you on camera for this shot right here. Like you gotta do better.
Lim will keep it a stack with you. He'll keep it a stack.
You know what Lim does that pisses me off? He'll do the old like trainer countdown, but he'll go like 10, 9.
You have no
8, 7. Fix my phone. It's like, hey,
you're like, we're on 1 10 seconds ago.
Like, what are you doing? And you can't say nothing because he'll just say, run it back. Run it back. It's worse.
Today, he was like, all right, another set. And I was like, that was 3. He's like, all right, well, I want you to do 4. I was like,
change the rule. It's a good training.
I'll do 4.
Yeah.
What's your your perspective on the Ime Udoka Boston Celtics situation?
Y'all don't want to hear my perspective. It's probably gonna be an unpopular opinion.
No, talk about it. Yeah. We here for all opinions.
I don't feel like that's really anybody's business. Like I just don't. Like I just think like as they're adults, and I understand from like a franchise perspective that like maybe there's rules and they don't want that going on, but like even I just feel like why are we even talking about this? Like it's 2 grown people who did what they did. It happens all the time. And it's just really not anybody's business. Like, I don't know, but like, I'm big on that too. Like, I'm big on just like keeping stuff in house. Like, that's not really business to be spread. Us reporting on it, what does that really solve?
But the legal complications that a relationship like this could cause, I think, is what the Celtics are attempting to I don't get ahead of or eliminate, or I'm not really sure how to phrase it, but like I'm sure that's their main concern.
Of course. And that's fine. Like, I obviously get all of that, right? Like, even here, if we have like two people dating each other where it's like a conflict of interest, it's a conflict of interest, right? And then you have to talk about it and you have to fix it, but it like stays within, like, I don't know, like it stays in-house, like we figure it out. But maybe it was going to come out like, maybe it was going to come out and it was going to look worse on them. Right. But like, I just feel like there's just some things, and like, I'm a journalist, right? So like, it sounds weird coming from a journalist that some things just aren't our business. And I just like personally just feel like that's not our business.
Well, the other thing about this though, Sarah, is you can't hide this. Like if he's suspended for 50 games or a year, you can't say, we're not talking about why he got suspended. Like you can't hide it. This is the gift and the curse of being a public figure. And that
I just think like a year is also just like so wild, but I don't know.
It's a lot, and I feel like, you know, and no one likes doing this in the era of, you know, Woj tweeting a super vague Woj bomb and then going to bed, but we react immediately. We have no clue what's going on. We have no clue if Ime Udoka is suspended a year. We're going off of one person's information, a powerful person, but one person's information that we have. And one thing that we hate in this era of media or journalism or social media is we don't wait for the story. Like, what's the rest of the story? And I thought Kenny raised a great hypothetical earlier where Celtics may have known about this 6 months ago. It's like, hey,
sure,
Ime, young lady, y'all got to chill. We cannot do this.
Right.
Stop. And they don't. And 3 months later, bro, we got through the fine. We told you, you've got to stop this. It's bad for you. It's bad for the company. Like, we can't do this. We got policies in place. Third time, all right. Y'all didn't hear me, though. Rodney O and Joe Cooley. So here's what we got to do.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. I just, a whole year? A whole year?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That seems like a lot. I mean, I'm not condoning it, okay? I'm not sitting here saying like, but at the end of the day, it's just, they're two humans, and it's not like it's anything that's so unheard of, or, you know, she was disrespected in any way. Like, obviously they probably fell in love or something. And things happen, like, you know what I'm saying? But you're right. Like, if at that point, just fire him then. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's the case, if you feel so strongly and you were telling him and giving him all these warnings this time, then just say, look, like, you aren't being respectful to what we're saying. So I don't know.
The other thing about that though that I would say from those two, or we're just assuming it's two, maybe, I don't know, from the people involved.
Maybe this is a whole sorted affair.
With people involved is, yeah, it's two consenting adults. That was their business or whatever the case may be. They're also not dummies. They know the tightrope they were walking. They knew the ramifications if this got out, or if they got found out that this was going on, what could happen. And they still decided, once again, two consenting adults, they made the decision to go ahead and continue to do this, knowing that it's a tightrope, and if this comes out, it could be all bad for everybody. They ran that risk. Seems like they lost, and now they've got to live with their consequences.
Fair. I don't know. I guess we just don't really have all the details, right? Like, we
That's
don't,
the most important.
like, it's so easy to say like what it should be, but like, we don't even have all the details on it. So like, we're just assuming at this point, right? I guess for me, like, I just woke up in the morning and I'm like, oh, okay. And everybody's talking about it. And I'm like, dang, like, we're really in people's business like that over them like cheating on.
Sex sells. Where you been? Like,
hey, I'm on here talking about it. It's fine.
It's a sensational story. It's like, oh, it's you know what it is? It's different.
Well, it's because he was engaged to.
Right. Yes. That
has something to do with it too.
There is the Nia Long aspect to it too, and we go to war.
That kind of makes it.
We go to war for Nia Long.
Exactly.
I mean, we can change subjects if you want. We could.
No, I don't care. Hey, I'm happy to talk about it, but I'm just like gonna be like the type of person that's like, we don't really know all the details. I do feel like a year is a lot. I know a lot worse goes on, so it's just, to me, it's just interesting.
There's a lot worse.
Like, I'm not condoning what he did. I'm not saying it's right, any of that. But all I'm saying is, like, you know, this goes on all the time, and in like way worse situations.
Right. So
Sarah didn't know I was about to make a Raiders joke, or maybe she did know I was about to make a Raiders joke. That she was like, "No, we're gonna keep talking about Ime Udoka. We ain't gonna talk about what happened on Sunday. We're gonna talk about everybody's sex life because we ain't gonna talk about what the Raiders did on Sunday."
I was watching Sports Extra after that Raiders. Sarah was.
Oh my God.
She was crosses two sticks doing that show. I felt so bad for Sarah.
It's like the way Kenny and I haven't been on sports. We haven't been with Sarah on a Sunday maybe 2 or 3 times in the last like year and a half, and all I could think of was on Sunday was timing, boy. Timing. Our girl was not having it.
There's fish grease.
You know what's hard about it is that, like, I love the Raiders so much, and it's like I'm a fan, you know, but anyways, that doesn't mean that I can't see the truth and say what it is, right? Like, I just love them. Like, they're my team, right? I grew up watching them. I was from Southern California. We would drive up the coast. We would make a trip out of it once a year to come to Oakland. And I get so much anxiety watching those games. And 9 times out of 10, we're live after those games go on. So I'm like running to the set after I'm sending my highlights and just like my anxiety and my stress is like, I have to be like 5, 4.
That's tough to do for a sports fan. Yeah.
It is. Because at the end of the day, I mean, I'm a sports fan, right? So it's like, and I'm a Raiders fan, and I just happen to be working in an area where there's a lot of Raiders fans, and they are on our air, and it just happened like that, right? Like when I was in the South covering college football, I don't have a team. So I'm like, yeah, I'm stressed. I want the team I'm covering to win because, you know, I love the people that I'm around. And like, if I'm making a relationship with people, I want those people to win, just like I want y'all to win, right? Like whoever that I'm spending a lot of time with and I get to know, but there's not that.
Yeah. So, okay, well, let's talk about the Raiders a little bit, though. They're 0-2 now. Big game against the Titans coming up on Sunday morning. Can the season be salvaged at 0-2? We all hear the stats, you know, about 0-2 teams not making the playoffs, things of that nature. I still think things can get done even when you're 0-2. But do you just like look at this team and say they have it to turn their season around? Like they have that it factor to turn their season around?
Right now, no. I wouldn't say they have the it factor to turn the season around right now. No. They have the pieces to do it. Have they capitalized off of all of those pieces? No. And, you know, I know that you guys, you know, stick up for DC a lot. And look, I love my quarterback. I do. He's good. He's just not elite. And starting off 0-2 in the AFC West, I'm a little bit worried about him not being a gamer. I just am, and I always have been. I just always have been. And I watch Derek Carr's, you know, pressers after practice. I watch all of his pressers, and he's just like too like comfortable with losing almost.
You know who he reminds me a lot of? He reminds me a lot of Tony Romo.
Don't say that.
Tony Romo, don't do that. I love Tony Romo, but Tony Romo never took losses. I remember Tony changed my whole fandom one day when he was like, you know, if they had just, I was so angry the Cowboys lost this playoff game. Oh, if this is the worst that happens to me, I'm doing pretty good. And I'm like, well, why the hell do I care more than he does? Like, if he doesn't care, he was on the field. I was at the house. Why do I care more than he does? Derek Carr got some strong Tony Romo vibes.
We just like need to put together a complete game. Like, that's just what I want to see. Right? We play good in the first half. We don't in the second. We play good. We don't in the first. We play good in the second. And it's like, you have to put together complete games. Mm-hmm. You can't just, you know, take the foot off the gas in the second half because you're up 20-0.
Right.
And maybe this is a learning lesson, right? But I'm like, I don't know. Like we have some veteran players in there. how is that a learning lesson right now? Like, you should already know that. I just, you know, and DC is always just like, oh, we're learning from it. We're learning from it. It's like, okay, but at some point, are we really learning or are we just losing? And we have the, you know, the Raiders just win, baby. Like, what are we doing? Right. We're losing. We're not just winning. We're losing in a very embarrassing way. And I just went into that game thinking there's no way we're going to lose to the Cardinals, especially just, you know, how they got beat up the week before, right? But that was hard.
There's no excuse for that loss. They should have beat the Cardinals, handle business at home, especially when they're up 20-0. Now, I will say this, though. I've heard a lot about Derek Carr and just the Raiders in general. Nobody, and this is unlike what we hear in the sports world and everything else like that. Hell, we've talked about it a lot with the 49ers opponent this weekend with Denver. Any issues with the coach? Like, it feels like for the first time ever, the coach did not get blamed at all for blowing a 20-point lead at home. Any issues with the coach at all?
I blamed him. I blame him and DC. I do. I mean, you have to look at the coach giving up a 20-point lead like that. You have to look at the play calls. Like, even all we need to do is get in field goal range for the real DC to stand up. That's literally all we need to do. And we couldn't even do that. Like, this pass to Hunter Renfrow, what is it? Like second and it's like two.
Second,
I don't know. Second and 10, I think. Yeah. I don't know. But it was just like, why? And I don't know, because we're not watching film the way that they watch film, right? Like, we're seeing just what we're seeing. Like, I don't know if anybody was open downfield. Like, I just don't know all of the answers, right? But like, that's what we're going for. That's where and from what I saw, like, it looked like he could have had a little bit more time. I mean, just his release was so quick. Like, and I know, like, as a quarterback, right, you want to release the ball quick. Like, that's the point. But like, no, like, let a play develop. Like, why did we just get it out to Hunter Renfrow 4 yards behind field goal range? Knowing that we're not great.
It'll get better this Sunday. It'll get better this Sunday. You guys,
it's a loser leaves town match on Sunday.
It is.
It's and I'm, you know, I'm worried about Derrick Henry just running through us. I'm worried about it.
Give him the ball a lot
because he's due.
Yeah,
he's due, and he's frustrated. And
I've watched him. He's either due or he's done.
He's not done. I mean, come on. If
that dude has touched the ball, like, shoot, you know better than any of us. That dude touched the ball like 400 times in his last year at Alabama.
Yeah.
And since then, it's, hey, just keep giving Derrick Henry the ball over and over and over again. At some point, he's not going to be able to do what we love to see from him.
At some point, sure.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not now.
Maybe it's not.
Raiders are winning on Sunday, Sarah. Don't worry. Raiders are winning.
Hey, I'm just excited because the game kicks off at 10 a.m. I'm going to sit and watch from home. I'm going to build my Sunday show. And I'm just going to be a fan and not have to stress about like rushing, you know, on air after that game. And I think it will go better just because of that. Because I'm super suspicious. I don't know. I don't know. It's just hard for me.
You're like me. Like you go to sports bars and watch games, or I'm at home. I can't eat while the 49ers are on. You know, people have like their foods and all this. Like when the game is on, when I'm watching the game and people try to fix my plate, I don't want to eat, man. I can't eat.
No. If I walk out and the Raiders score a touchdown, I'm so superstitious that I will literally be like, okay, I can't. I'm going to work from out there. Like, that's how bad it is. It's just, if they don't win this week, then yeah, I think. And you know what's so hard about it, you guys, is just the buildup of the season I was so excited about this season and like just coming off of last year, you know, that little bit of momentum that we had, you know, making the postseason. It's just, that's what makes it hard is like, if we like thought like, oh, we got scrubs, like so we'll see, but we don't have scrubs. We have actually really good players. And that's why, you know, on the defensive side of things, like I realize like things definitely need to improve, but on offense, like it should be all day.
Yeah.
That excitement can die so quick in a football season. It's so short. You have a bad 2-3 weeks, it's over. Gotta wait till
But
next
that's the
year.
thing is we'll have seasons where we start out 3-0 and then so.
Oh yeah, you guys
I'm
are notorious for it.
Yeah, I'm not so worried about it. I'm just okay, when is this gonna click? I'm just kind of waiting and hoping that it's this Sunday.
Sara Hodges, CBS 13, Sports Extra, Sports Sunday this weekend. Are you did you launch the Friday night show, the High School Blitz this weekend?
Did I watched it? I was watching it on Friday. Good stuff.
It's cool. It's so a little behind the scenes, right? Because people don't really get to see what we go through, but it's crazy because it's just me and then one other guy, Andrew, who's been on the show, but it's going to be Ben this Friday because Andrew's out of town. But all these games come in at the same time. So we'll be just kind of just cooling, getting my 10 p.m. ready, producing the shows a little bit. And then at 10 o'clock, there's 11 videos to cut and write highlights. And we're doing that, right? People may not know that I edit my own video, I write my own stuff, I rush on air. Half the time I don't even get to read through it because that's just the way it goes, right? So it's very hectic. But it's fun because you're just okay, I'm just going to go with it. And if it's, if something happens, I'm one day, I didn't even have the video cut. I had somebody else cut it. I don't even know what plays are coming up. I'm just going to go with it. I don't know these high school kids for the most part, I know some of them because I've been covering them for a few years, but if they're new, I don't know them. So it's it's a challenge, right?
It's Crash TV. That's good stuff. Though.
Exactly.
You guys did good though. I was watching on Friday, man. Y'all did good. Yeah, I liked it. I'll be tapped in again on Friday.
Andrew brings a lot of energy.
He's funny. Andrew funny.
That's good stuff.
So he's cool. He got a little bit of swagger to him. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk something.
Yeah.
We'll be tuned in. All 3 shows this weekend. We appreciate you, buddy.
And I appreciate y'all's support. Seriously.
Always. It's always love, man.
We'll see how your 49ers do. You got your Playboy back now. Playboy back now.
We're gonna help y'all out. We're gonna get Denver out the way. We got you.
Let me ask you.
Get themselves out of the way. We don't even gotta worry about that.
Let me ask you something before you go. Where do you fall in this? 49ers, Jimmy Garoppolo starting quarterback.
Yeah.
Better off than they were?
Oh, for sure.
Damn.
Wow, I didn't even get the other options out. Jesus. Well, I'm really alone on this. Everyone says
I'll tell you why.
With you.
I think that there's a ceiling with Jimmy G, right? I feel over time Trey's could be the better quarterback. But this season specifically, they're better off with Jimmy G. We watched it.
I don't know. Okay. I think they're the same. I think they're the same.
You're the same as last season or the same as before?
I think the trajectory is the same.
Yeah.
For this season.
You're saying with Trey Lance under center versus Jimmy G under center, they're the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no, I disagree with that.
Yeah, everybody does, apparently.
Yeah, I disagree with that. They're just not the same. It's hard to really judge that, right? We have one really game to judge that off of, but you have somebody who's proven versus somebody who's not. So is that not easy to say?
Well, no, for sure. But I think with us, there was probably a certain level of projection with Trey Lance. And I also don't think we're romanticizing Jimmy Garoppolo. And I feel like a lot of people are. We were here. D'Lo and KC existed last season when people were cussing out Jimmy Garoppolo because of the incomplete pass that he threw or the interception that he threw. And then this year, it's he'd never do that.
We know that also, like Derek Carr, Jimmy G is not a gamer. He's just, he has more playmakers around him that make him better, right?
Yes.
And I'm hoping
he's composed though. I feel like Jimmy's really composed.
He is composed, and I wish that I would see DC go a little bit more in on his offensive linemen and show a little bit more emotion, get a little bit more pissed off. I know that's just not him,
him.
And that's fine, but like you said, if I care more than you, and maybe he does, right? Maybe behind closed doors, he's getting in on those guys and he keeps it in-house, which I respect that because I'm a big in-house person. I am I am not big on belittling people in front of the masses to get your point across. Like, you don't have to always do that, right? But like, I just want to see a little bit more fire. And Jimmy, I think y'all are better off. I just do. I'm sad for Trey. It's terrible. I mean, you would never want to see that, right? Like, it's gut wrenching. But I think y'all got a chance now.
I had us going to the Super Bowl either way, so ain't nothing changed with me.
Nothing surprising about that. I was going to play quarterback, and Kenny had the 49ers going to the Super Bowl. Sarah, we appreciate you. 11:15, high school blitz of Sports Extra following football, and then Sports Sunday.
Yeah, no Sports Extra this week. But we do have Sports Sunday, so that will come on at 11:30, and we'll have Raiders and Niners and Republic FC doing their thing now that they haven't been dealing with that, U.S. Open Cup tournament run. They've been just balling, just embarrassing folks in the USL.
Smashing them boys.
I just hope that continues because I love Coach Briggs, y'all. I'm a huge
cool dude. He's a cool dude.
Cool. He gets fired up. He gets in on his way.
Got a vibe.
He talks mess. Like, I love that.
Yeah.
Got a vibe.
I grew up with all brothers, super competitive. Just, I'm used to that.
Sarah would have that fire that she's asking DC to have.
I feel like I would be a really good coach. I'm going to be honest. I do. I wish I understood, like, I'm not there, but like, I just feel like in general, I thought I was going to be a coach. That was my dream. I was going to be, a girls basketball coach and work my way up, but I didn't. I got into broadcasting and I love it. But like, I feel like I have it in me. I feel like I can motivate folks and get on them, but still like love on them.
This is my fourth attempt to send the show to commercial. So at Sarah Talk Sports, Sara Hodges, Chris Biderman joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Appreciate y'all so much.
All right, we're clear.
Damien was
All right, guys.
The turbo the other day.
It's like, what?
I'm like, this little 15 minutes ain't enough.
Damien
got you.
Damien was like Sarah trying to get Turbo out of there the other day.
I was like, dude. And then the problem was we had one, and like my producer, he's like fresh with me, right? So like he's new. So he's giving me cues to rap, right? But he's not giving me time cues to rap. So I'm like, is it 30 seconds? Is it 20? Is it 10? Am I about to go over right now? Like, I don't know. So I'm like, are we getting to the Chiron next? Am I reading that next? Am I just tossing to break? So it was definitely like not a smooth ending to that show. But like, these are just
funny.
Things,
This is my break time, so I'm gonna holler at you, Sarah.
All right, I appreciate y'all so much.
Right. Thanks, Sarah. We'll talk to you later.
Done now.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Oh, tremendous. Poor Kenny just wants to go get a snack. Oh, I love it. Let's meet in front of studio. Oh, I wish it was when we were on the air. Oh, I wish it was when we were on the air. Like y'all look at this. Look at this bullshit right here. Going to our neighbor welcome happy hour today. Who does a happy hour on a Thursday? Well, I guess you could do a happy hour on a Thursday. Oh, that's funny. That is funny stuff. We did, right? We did a solid that was a full segment, right? Damn, in the chat. Oh man. Yep. Brad, God, you're a pain in the ass. Like, no one cares that they left the state. And stop tweeting that, stop texting that Ime Udoka is going to resign. We literally told you he's not. Doc Rivers is here. There's Doc Rivers right there. At least that's what I heard. That's Doc Rivers. Let's get that settled. Bring in the homie Chris Biderman. Chris, what's up, man?
Not much. How are you?
Good, man. We're in commercial. We should be back in just a second. I wasn't sure if you went to practice every day. I told Kenny, I was like, I'll reach out to Chris, but I don't know. It's kind of during practice, so I'm not sure.
It's a hike for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
My news
definitely
ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, our live stream is on, so let's table some of that talk. We'll table some of that for later.
Okay.
I couldn't get over like when Trey obviously Trey gets hurt. First thing I'm thinking, damn, this sucks. And then like my second, once the game ended, 49ers win. How stupid has the last year been? Like we've been talking about Trey for so long, and it's like, 73 minutes in and it's over.
Yeah, now I get another 12 months of the same conversation.
Oh,
it's
man,
like it's not even. It'd be one thing if the Chicago game was like normal weather and like normal circumstances, and we got to like, maybe if George Kittle played or whatever, we had like a better idea of what things would look like. But the Chicago game really didn't inform us at all.
Yeah.
And then he goes out and gets hurt on what, the second possession?
Yeah. So we literally we go. It's like are we just running back the entire offseason next year? Like start all over and have the same conversations again?
I guess. I mean, we'll see how this one goes. I mean, there are a few different scenarios at play, which could make it really interesting. Like, I mean, obviously, if they make another run with Jimmy, it's like, do they bring Jimmy back? Does Jimmy want to come back? Does Jimmy have stipulations that could include Trey playing elsewhere if he comes back?
What would it cost? Yeah.
Yeah.
What would it cost?
Like if you're Jimmy and you go to the NFC Championship game, you're like, all right, I'll re-sign, but you guys got to trade Trey. Like that wouldn't be crazy.
I mean, I guess that's a.
But it's like,
hang on, Chris. We'll just take this to the air. We're coming back right now.
Okay. All right.
Conversation already in progress here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We welcome in to the radio audience and the Odyssey streaming audience, Chris Biderman, our 1320 49ers insider, Sacramento Bee, of course, co-host of Candlestick Chronicles as well with Kyle Madsen, available wherever you get podcasts from. And we were laughing about how the last year we've essentially thrown away a year of content that we got 73 minutes out of with Trey Lance. And then we discussed, like, gosh, what are we just doing this all again moving forward? And you threw out the idea, like, what if Jimmy plays well? Is there a scenario that Jimmy Garoppolo is back as the San Francisco 49ers quarterback? And I guess the first question would be, is that even financially possible?
Yeah, I mean, they would have to get creative, I would think, right? And it all kind of depends on who they can restructure, what Nick Bosa's contract is going to look like, if they can restructure Deebo Samuel's contract. Obviously, George Kittle, Fred Warner, Trent Williams, those guys all have big contracts. I do believe that they could figure out a way to make it work if they had to. But obviously, that's putting the cart before the horse. We need to see what Jimmy Garoppolo looks like as a quarterback this year, because as much equity as I think Jimmy Garoppolo has and the 49ers have as a team in all of our minds, it's like it's far from a sure thing that they are going to make another deep playoff run this year, right? Like I think they're certainly talented enough, and if they stay healthy, that should be the expectation, of course. But again, Jimmy Garoppolo is not going to be less injury prone at this point in his career than he's been previously, coming off an offseason in which he had shoulder surgery, a lengthy recovery. And, seeing him in the locker room, like he's a smaller guy than he was last year. Like it's pretty clear he wasn't able to lift weights in the same way that he has in previous seasons because of that shoulder injury. So, if Jimmy Garoppolo stays healthy and the 49ers do go on a deep playoff run, it becomes a very interesting situation because, is Kyle Shanahan going to look back on the way these last few months went and say, let's just hand it over to Trey. Let's make that. Or would he say, well, maybe I should test Trey a little bit more with the quarterback competition in training camp If Jimmy even wants to come back, Jimmy has full control next offseason, so he could play really well. He's got a no tag clause. The 49ers couldn't give him the franchise tag even if they wanted to, so we could go hit the open market. But the other side of that too is like Jimmy Garoppolo clearly likes being here and understands that he can have success on this team. So like, what is he going to want to do? So obviously how the rest of the season plays out is going to shape this conversation. But in terms of Trey Lance, to your point, it's like, man, the conversation really doesn't change for another year now. Like, we're going to be saying the same exact things about Trey Lance. We were so excited to see what this looks like and see if this process the 49ers went through was going to pay off. And now we're just kicking the can down the road at another, 8 to 12 months or however long it's going to take. So it's an interesting situation and certainly not one the 49ers would have preferred, obviously, given that injury.
Yeah, that changes a lot and opens up a lot of questions. First of all, what's going on, Chris? My main man, Chris Biderman. What's going on?
What's up, Kenny? How are you?
But yeah, I look at it like this, Chris, and maybe I'm just too committed to the process. Okay, maybe that's the case with me. I'm just too committed to the process. And the process was you drafted Trey Lance to be your franchise quarterback. All right. He'll be back next year. You have a part of the reason why you brought him back or drafted him and tried to groom him to be the franchise quarterback is money-wise as well. You had to get Bosa, you had to get Samuels, Kittles, Fred Warner, all these guys. Had to take care of them. I'm staying committed to the process, and there's two things that could happen here. Number one, the 49ers win the Super Bowl. And at that point, I will thank Jimmy Garoppolo. He will never pay for another meal from Fresno all the way up to Chico. He'll never pay for another bill or another meal. But I'll be like, thank you. All right. Good luck on your future endeavors. Or they don't win the Super Bowl and they get maybe where they've been the last couple of years or a little short. And the answer will, the conversation will be, well, Jimmy's not good enough. Like, he's not good enough to get you there. So it's pretty simple to me. Trey Lance, now, whether you have somebody else competing with him or not, but he's QB1 at the start of next season.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think ultimately that's the best way to do it because like the reason they went and made the swing for Trey Lance was they looked at the rest of the league and realized, all right, we're going to have to beat Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, like these super talented quarterbacks that can win outside the structures of their respective offense based on pure talent, right? Like these are just very talented quarterbacks, and that bar has been raised because I think ultimately we know Kyle Shanahan believed at one point he could win enough with Kirk Cousins. Like he could successfully win with Kirk Cousins or a player like that. And now with the rise of Mahomes and Allen and even Matt Stafford being in the division, that level of quarterback that you need to beat to win championships has gone to a different level. So it was a bet on, okay, we can develop this talent and maybe we could develop Trey Lance to become one of those guys. So, yeah, I mean, I would think that's not going to change. Like Jimmy Garoppolo isn't suddenly going to ascend to one of those guys, right? Like he's not more mobile. He's not going to develop a stronger arm. He's not going to become like a top 5 quarterback. He's going to be who he is in all likelihood, right? Like he's going to be a guy who's the 12th to 25th best quarterback in the league, depending on the week. And when you get to the playoffs, it becomes much harder to win with that type of quarterback. And the 49ers have learned that in 2 of the last 3 seasons, right? So, yeah, I think it would make sense, absolutely, to just, no matter what happens with Jimmy this year, just kind of move on and then pave the way for Trey. But at the same time, like, when's Trey going to be able to practice, right? Is he going to be back for OTAs? Like, that's still a question mark. Is he going to have the same confidence? Like, is his ankle, going to prevent him from coming back in a way that, he's not thinking about it? Are there going to be any residual effects from the ankle injury? Those are things we just don't know yet. And so, we saw Dak Prescott come back from his ankle injury, which was a little bit worse, but Dak Prescott obviously had a much larger resume, much more robust resume to pull from, right? Like he knew he could be a winning quarterback in the NFL, whereas Trey Lance is like, well, we all think he can get there, but there were enough questions in Kyle Shanahan's mind to say, well, we don't really trust you to pass it a whole lot just yet. We still are going to, rely on your legs to run the ball a lot because we're worried about your accuracy, right? Like we're worried about how efficient of a passer you can be on this team that has to win now. So is that going to change in a year? Like that's kind of the biggest question in my mind. Like how is Kyle Shanahan going to feel about Trey Lance a year from now? And is it going to be all that different from what we saw in week 1 and week 2, where it was, pretty clear that he didn't trust him? And was Kyle Shanahan right to think that way? I mean, we can debate that. I would say, given the fact that Trey Lance never really learned how to protect himself at North Dakota State in terms of him running the ball, and the fact that the first time he slid in a game, he said, was in that Packers preseason game. To me, that's like, why are you running a guy 13 times a game if he can't protect himself? And ultimately, that to me is where the conversation should be about Trey and Kyle Shanahan in terms of Shanahan running him. I'm not saying it's like a fireable offense like a lot of people are in terms of, Shanahan running Trey out there and all of that. But I just think like Trey Lance needs to be able to protect himself and learn how to do that. And now he's not going to be able to learn how to do that. Is he going to develop as a passer next year? Like that's a very big question mark, because now obviously his progression is going to be on hold for the foreseeable future while he recovers from this ankle injury.
Do you blame Kyle's play calling at all?
So I think you have to utilize Trey Lance's athleticism and his running to a certain extent. You look back at, the way the 49ers used Colin Kaepernick in 2012 and 2013, he was averaging about 5 to 6 carries a game. And he obviously had that 16 carry game in the playoffs against the Packers where they just couldn't stop him at all. And that was a very clear outlier, right? Trey Lance was averaging over 12 carries in his starts. And not all of those were design carries. Some of those were scrambles. But to me, he never proved that he was a good enough runner to be like a centerpiece of the rushing offense. I think that was pretty clear by anybody who watched. Mm-hmm. And I go back to his inability to protect himself. He's a guy who, when he was playing at North Dakota State, was lowering his shoulder into all the defenders he was going against, right? And he even said before the Seahawks game, he can't do that in the NFL, and he's still learning about, how to protect himself against players who are bigger, faster, stronger than he is. And, Trey Lance is not a small guy, but 225 pounds, Josh Allen's bigger than all the linebackers he's going against. He's stiff arming those dudes, right? Mm-hmm. Trey Lance is not an experienced enough runner to be able to protect himself, or really that good of a runner to be the centerpiece of this running game in the way Kyle Shanahan was using him, given the volume of runs he was getting. So I would quibble with that. I would say, yeah, if you want to give Trey Lance 4 or 5 carries a game just to keep defenses honest, that absolutely makes sense. But when he's getting 12 and 13, that's where I would push back and say, you really got to develop this guy. And obviously a big part of developing him is keeping him healthy. And, so far, I know it's a fluke play, but the 49ers were unable to do that. They're unable to keep Trey Lance healthy. I don't know that there's one person to blame for that, but if it were me, and I've never developed a quarterback before, so I'm not trying to say I'm smarter than Kyle Shanahan, but I would say I think the 4 to 5 runs a game is a better sweet spot than 12 and 13.
All right. And I talked about it before. I don't even like design quarterback runs. I like, you got your Kylers that the things break down and they're able to scramble and make plays that way. But even with Lamar, I get nervous seeing him in designed runs. That's just me by nature. I'm just not a big fan of him.
Well, Lamar's an elite runner, right? And that was apparent in college. He was an elite runner. Josh Allen is, I would say, an elite runner. Even watching Jalen Hurts, in that Eagles game on Monday night, he knows how to protect himself. He can get down and avoid some of these big hits. And I think ultimately, that's probably an indictment of Kyle Shanahan sort of at large, is you look at all the running backs and even Deebo Samuel, he loves guys who are just trying to run through brick walls whenever they can. Whereas the difference would obviously be Frank Gore, who one of his elite traits and maybe his most underrated ability was to get down and avoid big hits. And it's obviously a big reason why his career lasted so long, is because he didn't subject himself to big hits, because he knew when plays were over and when to avoid taking those hits. And Kyle Shanahan's guys, I don't think it's an accident that you see so many of these running backs get hurt. And like Deebo Samuel and George Kittle, obviously, right? Like those guys are relentless. They're trying to run through defenders' faces, which is admirable to a certain point. But also, like, if you're trying to keep these guys healthy, you might have to rein that back a little bit. And I do wonder if that's a philosophical thing with Shanahan. Like, yeah, you obviously want really aggressive runners and you want those guys to be who they are because that's a big, a really important characteristic for the offense. But it's also like you need these guys to be healthy. So I do wonder if there's an element of that with Trey Lance. Like, yeah, maybe you want to rush him and utilize his athleticism, but you also want to make sure he's protecting himself so he can obviously stay on the field.
Yeah.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app, our 1320 49ers insider, Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee with us here. Looks like George Kittle is back. I've got some uneasy vibes headed into this game against the Denver Broncos because I feel like Denver's really trying to figure some things out, especially offensively. And they've got the boogeyman, as Kenny Caraway refers to Russell Wilson as. And it's like, man, I think very, very highly of the San Francisco 49ers defense, but I wonder how much of what they're going to see on Sunday has actually been on film because I feel like Denver's kind of searching right now.
Yeah, Denver's a big unknown because, they're ingratiating a new quarterback, a new head coach. Really an entirely new system. They have new ownership, right? So like they're a big unknown, and I would say it doesn't seem great for Nathaniel Hackett right now. Like it's really hard to look around the league and feel. I think if you're looking around the league and say, what is a coach I just really don't feel good about, I would probably say Nathaniel Hackett tops that list for me, in large part because he's new and he doesn't have a resume to fall back on, but also like. It's looked ugly, right? Like there just been procedural things that the Seahawks haven't been good at. But to your point, like, yeah, it's potentially a scary game because maybe at some point it is going to click for them, right? And maybe those first 2 weeks were kind of a feeling out period. There's a general feeling in the NFL that September is often an extension of the preseason, right? So maybe that's what Denver's going through, or maybe they're just kind of a disaster. Like I think that's on the table with them because Russell Wilson isn't running like he used to. That video where he's yelling at his teammates, like to call out the pass and the runs, like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I would respond very well to that if that was the $200 million quarterback on my new team. Like, so yeah, I think Denver on paper, really talented roster, obviously some skill guys, some really talented guys on defense. But they don't have that foundation and they're still trying to figure things out. And we talk all the time about like continuity. The 49ers are going to have an advantage in continuity over a lot of the teams that they play because Kyle Shanahan's been there for so long, because so many of those players have been there for so long. So with George Kittle coming back, playing with Jimmy Garoppolo, it's going to, for those guys, that's old hat, right? It's not going to be really any sort of adjustment for Kittle. But I do wonder if the Broncos are going to be the team where, all right, they finally got it in gear this week, or their issues from the first 2 weeks where they were really a disaster in Seattle against a bad team that they should have beat and sort of barely beat a Houston team that's obviously not going to be very good or not expected to be very good. Like, is that the team they're going to be, or are they going to be a team that gets better as the season goes? And this is a turning point for them. That's one of the things that makes this game fun. And a lot of these early season games fun is you don't know what these teams are, who they're going to be. So it makes it really difficult to figure out going into each week.
Did you see it was an emergency situation and things were happening on the fly, but did you see anything different from the 49ers offense last week when Jimmy Garoppolo got in there as opposed to maybe what they were doing with Trey? I know obviously Trey's first 2 drives, they ran it a lot, but once they settled in maybe in that second half, kind of looked about the same to me. Did you see anything different between the two offenses?
As soon as Jimmy came in, it was pass. After they ran a lot, which I feel like was pretty telling. But no, you talk to the guys in the locker room, and they said the game plan was pretty much the same. They didn't really go off script in terms of the playbook and what they were planning to run going in. And Jimmy Garoppolo said that there were some plays that he had never run before that were obviously designed for Trey Lance that he was able to execute. But No, I didn't think it was all that different. Like it looked, like Kyle Shanahan knows exactly how to utilize Jimmy Garoppolo and how to run a Jimmy Garoppolo led offense with a lot of quick passes, with spreading the ball around. I did think they played pretty well in the running game. I thought the offensive line looked a lot better. Aaron Banks had a really nice game, both in the ground, on the ground, and in pass protection, which is obviously a really good sign for them because they need the interior of the offensive line to be good.
Yeah.
But no, it didn't look all that different. It was it was jarring how familiar it felt, to be honest, because it's like, oh, this is this team that we've watched, these last 4 years. Like, this is what it looks like. So yeah, it didn't look all that different, and I'm expecting it to, to be pretty in rhythm on Sunday. I think Deebo Samuel's going to get a lot more, like slant passes. It's not going to be just sort of screens and jet sweeps and things like that we've seen from him. I'm expecting Brandon Ayuk maybe to get a few more looks. Mm-hmm. And, we'll see with George Kittle. It seems like, depending on the matchup, George Kittle's a guy who will either get 12 targets or 2 or 3 because, they're just determined to run the ball down people's throats. So that'll be interesting to see. But in terms of the way the offense looked, to me, it was just familiar, and it was it was jarring because it wasn't expected, obviously, because we're all expecting Trey Lance to be in there.
Speaking of running the ball, how excited are you on a scale from 9 to 10 for Tevin Coleman's return?
Is he going to be activated? I don't know. Like,
I don't know.
He's on the practice squad. I think it's going to be a lot of Marlon Mack, a lot of Jeff Wilson Jr., obviously. But yeah,
what was the Friday night bet? The over under, was it 40 carries on the season?
Man, you're asking me to remember things.
Is Friday night a little hazy for you?
Friday night is a little hazy, yeah, because
I believe the post panel bet was, does Marlon Mack get 40 carries on the season?
Yeah, I'd take the over.
I think the over is super confident now that the 49ers they're losing on average a running back per week.
Yeah, it could be that Marlon Mack's a starter going into the next week. Is that what, Monday night against the Rams? Marlon Mack starting Niners running back?
Yeah. Marlon Mack bobblehead night.
It's possible. It's possible. Kyle Shanahan has not had a repeat leading running back in all 5 of his seasons with the 49ers.
That's amazing.
It's been a different guy each year. And, it's so weird because they're typically one of the best running teams in the league. But, you go like fantasy wise, it's always like, who's it going to be this week? People ask me, I'm like, I don't know. Like, your guess is as good as mine, like Jeff Wilson Jr. And then it ends up being, Ty Davis Price or whatever. So, but yeah, with Elijah Mitchell and Ty Davis Price out now for the foreseeable future, it's going to be incumbent on Jeff Wilson to stay healthy. And obviously they're going to need to run the ball because we know that's a staple of Kyle Shanahan's offense and really the engine that makes everything else work.
Yeah. Chris, what you thinking about this game, man? I feel confident about this game. And ironically, like, we've been asking the question all week about, did the Niners get better with Jimmy there or Trey or whatever? I feel the same. I think this is a good team either way, whether it was Trey or Jimmy under center. And I feel good specifically about this defense who's looking elite. And I just feel good about this game on Sunday night, man. What you thinking?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. It was funny. We're talking about it. I was talking about it with Kyle, like, all this crazy stuff has happened at quarterback, but ultimately it doesn't really change my level of optimism for this team, like, about the season as a whole, right? And I think it's fair to make the point that, like, yeah, the 49ers might be better right now with Jimmy Garoppolo, but obviously the goal with Trey Lance as a starter would have been, all right, he gets more experience, he gets better and better, and then maybe you get a version of Trey Lance at quarterback if you make the playoffs that lifts the ceiling of the offense and allows you to compete with those other quarterbacks you mentioned earlier. But in terms of Sunday, like, I'm with you. I think this defense might be the best defense in the league. And I think they are sick and tired of Russell Wilson and answering questions about Russell Wilson and, like, him being the quote unquote boogeyman that they have to deal with. Like, he's just not as mobile. And if he's not mobile, we've seen the 49ers struggle against mobile quarterbacks, right? Like, that's a thing that's been prevalent over the last few years. Russ is not that mobile. Nick Bosa is one of the best players in the league. Fred Warner is arguably the best linebacker in the league. The secondary is a lot better. Talanoa Hufanga looks like a Pro Bowler, if not an All-Pro after 2 weeks, and albeit against, Geno Smith and Justin Fields. So I don't want to anoint him just yet, but given that he's making plays behind the line of scrimmage and also downfield and getting his hands on a lot of passes, like that's a really promising development for them.
Right.
I think the defense is really good. And I think if the defense plays like it has the first 2 weeks, aside from the penalties and blown coverages in Chicago, they're going to be a really, really tough team to beat at home or on the road. So yeah, I'm with you. Like, I think the 49ers win Sunday in Denver, and we all kind of, the conversation is like, yeah, they're probably fine with Jimmy. Like it wasn't their plan A, but they're probably good enough to be considered one of the top teams in the NFC, given the NFC is generally pretty wide open. And we are talking about a team that went to the NFC title game last year with a quarterback who was dealing with multiple injuries, right? So I think that's my expectation is coming out of this game. That's how we're going to frame the conversation around the 49ers is like, oh yeah, this is the same team more or less that has been pretty successful in 2 of the last 3 years.
Yeah,
Great stuff, Chris. We appreciate you, man, as always.
No problem. Appreciate you guys.
All right, that is our 1320 49ers insider, Chris Biderman, right there at Sacramento Bee. Check out Candlestick Chronicles with Chris Biderman and Kyle Mattson, wherever you get podcasts from. It is Sunday Night Football. The 49ers. Up. Are you?
I'm charged up, man. It's an opportunity.
It's not Seahawks week. It's Russell Wilson week.
Russell Wilson week. And just like them sorry Seahawks, we're going to take out about 10 years of frustration on Russell Sunday.
I think the 49ers are a lot better than the Denver Broncos. I just feel like the Broncos aren't 0-2, so there's not like that desperation there.
Mm-hmm.
But they know like this isn't what they signed up for. This isn't what they traded for. This isn't what they paid for. There's something lacking. Either there's something lacking or Kenny's right. And Russ is washed. And I don't think Russ is washed. I think they've
washed.
That's what I heard. I think they've.
But even more to that point, Damian, and kind of on the same premise, maybe Denver just hasn't found it yet. And you're facing a time where they haven't found. They're gonna get
okay,
but it's not there yet.
But in the flip side to that is this 49ers defense is really good. Like, I don't know. I think it's going to be tough for teams to figure stuff out against them. They're really, really good. We'll step out. We'll come back. Phone line's open. I don't know what we're doing.
What's the number? Big Al, get in here.
Big Al, if you're listening, the number is 916-909-1320. We'll talk 49ers. We'll talk Kings. There's much more ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. You switch back, Casey?
Yeah.
Download Corners of the Culture. The Complexities of Kanye West. Available now wherever you get podcasts from. Podcast.
It's pretty funny, John. Why is Russ like this? Why does he do this? I saw a clip the other day that we've seen it before, but remember when he broke his finger and he was going through reps in the fake huddle?
Dude.
The people in the huddle.
Oh, man.
Why is he like this?
I don't know why he's like this. I really don't.
He was on a knee in the fake huddle giving instructions to nobody. Oh, man.
It's like he's trying. He can't. Oh, I gotta shoot this to Do you guys want to? Well, they already have our credentials. Get this sent off. Tomorrow's Friday, huh?
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's right. There's nothing tricky that Charlie needs to know. Okay. And then, yeah, so we'll record. Yeah. Can you find? Oh no, I can ask Charlie this tomorrow. Game day might be a little bit longer because it's a night start, so it could be like an hour, 10 minutes or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, starting at 4, starting at 3. It's about 4:15, I guess.
Okay. Mm-mm. Well, that's what I expect Paul Pierce to say. Paul Pierce would be like, man, you know how many of them I was with? Shoot, I was with the HR lady. What's coming back?
Head coach for who?
Goodness gracious.
Did you see what they did to Herm? Wow. That was crazy. I don't have beef with Dougie Fresh, but he didn't have to do that.
Oh, man. Go ahead.
Topic in the chat asked the question. He says, is you guys pregame show before 49ers pregame show? Absolutely. So this week on ESPN 1320 or 98.5 HD2 in the spaceships, the real 98 Rock, you'll be able to hear 49ers Game Day presented by last year's Oak Grove Dodge with myself, Damian Barley, at about 3 o'clock on Sunday.
Yeah, we are the pregame show. That's how we ride. But it's good stuff. 49ers fans, obviously, you always want to check that out, man. We appreciate you rocking with us.
One of the homies texted me on Sunday. It was like, yo, you do the 49ers pregame too? Damn, they got you working. I was like, I know.
Well, it's funny. It's like we don't you hear us talk about this, but Sara Hodges talking about how she cuts the video for her highlights. She writes her own show. If for those who were watching the show, you could see that board behind her that with the squares. That was a calendar. All of the stuff was when UC Davis plays, when Sac State plays, with their high school football game, King's Media Day, King's Practice. All of that stuff is written into that board behind her, and they do it. Sara Hodges does it. Matt George does it. Kevin John does it. Sean Cunningham does it. Like the sports departments in this markets are the people that you know.
Yeah.
The people who do that. Sara Hodges, the face of CBS 13. Yeah, no, she's the behind the scenes person too. It's the same with D'Lo and Casey and Jesse and Charlie. All of the stuff that you hear on ESPN 1320, we have a hand in that. But but that's just the way. That's the way things are, man. You gotta grind. You gotta work.
Yeah,
Kim
man.
Kardashian told us people don't want to work, so we gotta work.
We're trying to listen to Kim, man. Kim told us. She said, "Hey, you gotta go out there and bust your butt."
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
We move this to a little bit later in the day, so for those who aren't familiar with it, could hear it for the very first time. Our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. An old roof can cause high energy bills. Maybe you just need a new one. Maybe solar isn't what you need. Maybe solar is exactly what you need. But now is the time to find out. Whatever your needs may be, give my man John a call over at ACR Solar and Roofing. Again, 916-481-7200. No home runs hit last night.
What's wrong with those guys?
There was no 61. There was no 699. But Albert Pujols did break up a Blake Snell no-hitter in the 7th. It led to nothing because the Cardinals still lost 1-0. So with all of that said, the Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night goes to Nia Long. It goes to Nia Long for her role in The Best Man.
What is Nia? Okay, now let's have a discussion. What is Nia's best performance? I don't think it's The Best Man, although she looks.
You're gonna say Love Jones. You're gonna say Love Jones. I know you are. You love Love Jones, and I think you love Love Jones more than like everyone else does.
You're wrong about that. Everybody loves Love Jones.
No, Love Jones is good. You are like excessive with Love Jones. It's obnoxious.
She was phenomenal in Love Jones.
I loved her in The Best Man. The Best Man, I think, was my favorite. She was like the powerful, like she was a publicist or a yeah. Like I love that role. I thought she was fantastic.
I feel like I saw her somewhere else where I was like, man, phenomenal. Wait a minute. She was in this movie. She looked phenomenal in this movie and she did a great job. It was some random movie that came on BET. And it was like,
it's gonna have to narrow it down, buddy.
It was almost like a First Wives Club type movie or something like that. She did a great job in that one.
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
It was like, if I had to guess, the movie was probably made in 2018.
Okay.
She does a great job on the
Soul Food.
Soul Food. She was phenomenal. Oh man, that might be her.
I mean, her best scene was in Boys in the Hood.
Yeah, that was an all-timer.
That was her best scene. Her best role, though, for me, it's definitely gonna be The Best Man.
Yeah, then
the regular Best Man, not the Best Man Holiday, where they ruin everything.
Well, what about when the Old Spice commercials? I think she does a good job in those too. Those crack me up. Big fan.
She was in the Old Spice commercials.
Yeah, she's the ones with our man Deion Cole, and the other young lady who was on The Game.
She was in a couple of episodes of Black AF.
She was in Black AF as well. Big Mama's House.
Okay.
She did good.
I don't remember Big Mama's House. Was she? Yes, I do. Yeah. She wins the ACR Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night.
She's a good.
I'm looking at I've got I have iMessage, so like a lot of text messages come to my computer, and that's how I kind of keep track of the show thread and all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of interesting conversations happening about this Ime Udoka stuff, and I think one of the most interesting, why do you think this got out there now? Because they had to suspend him, because they knew the suspension was coming, and they had to make it public instead of it just like slapping everyone in the face all at once. They wanted to spread it out, apparently over potentially multiple days, as we still don't know exactly what's going on.
I think that may have something to do with it. But also, and this is like a something that I don't understand. It could have been like we talked about earlier in the week with Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Jimmy Garoppolo coming back. The story came out like when the story actually came out, it was like it's not as salacious as people have tried to make it out to be. Right? A lot of people are trying to figure out like why this came out, why the story came out. It may not even be as, once again, as salacious. Maybe somebody was just running their mouth to Woj. Like maybe this was something that the Celtics were already preparing to do and trying to figure out.
Like it wasn't supposed to come out. Yeah.
Right. Maybe they were trying to figure out internally how they were going to deal with this. And they were preparing for that. And somebody was like, hey, Woj, guess what I got? Guess what's going on? And it's out. Could be the situation. I don't know. It always, but it's something.
Well, it's funny.
Wonder.
They didn't tell him everything. They're like, we're going to give you this little nugget. Here's what you can report. I guess we're going to tell the rest to Shams, and he'll tweet it in an hour. You get this part. Shams get the other part.
I don't, and it's funny. It feels like Woj thought he was the only one that had the story.
It sure did, because he got.
They gave him everything, and he was like, I'm the only one that has this, so I can slow play this and let this build. And all of a sudden, Shams comes out of nowhere.
I remember when I as I was watching SVP and he wasn't saying anything, I was like, oh, Woj isn't going to say something before he tweets it. So I'm watching it like I'm literally wasting my time. I'm not going to get any information here. He's not going to say it until after he's tweeted it. So I recognized he and credit to Woj, he did a 5, 6, 7 minute hit, whatever it was, with Scott Van Pelt, and really just repeated his tweet like 7 times. He didn't say anything. So that was interesting. And then Shams with the RKO a little bit later with what most of us thought it was.
Why do you think leaks happen? And I know that this is a little different than kind of what goes on. So like, for instance, you hear stuff about, let's just use the 49ers. The 49ers in the locker room and people in the locker room telling a reporter, we're divided on Jimmy G. Like, why does that even get out?
Well, man, that's a good question. I think that's probably a little bit. I think there's probably various reasons this stuff gets out. The example you just gave, I think, is complicated because it probably comes from a player. I think the relationship between obviously agents and reporters have relationships, and part of the reason for that is information. Like if you're an agent and you willingly give Woj, hey, we're Malik Monk is signing with the Sacramento Kings for 2 years, $19 million. Of course, that went to Shams. Actually, it went to D'Lo and Casey, but still, you get where I'm going with this. Like you get that information. Now, Woj or Shams, Woj, they can go to or someone that same general manager, Monty McNair in this case, he can go to Shams or Woj or whoever person in the Kings front office is, or the agent can go to Shams or Woj. Hey, what's so and so getting? Do you know? Have you heard anything about the negotiations with so and so in Brooklyn? Have you heard anything about Colin Sexton and what's going on there with Cleveland? And then you're basically using each other for information. When players do it, I don't know what they get out of that.
Yeah.
Maybe gauging, maybe it's the same thing, maybe it's information, but it's like gauging like the interest of another team if they were a free agent or whatever. Or I don't know. Those types of things, like locker room type stuff, I don't understand at all. I have no idea why that stuff's out there.
I don't get it on a number of different levels. Like if maybe it's just the way I'm wired and the way I go about things. And I think you're the same way, and other people are too. But like if CBS 13 came to me and was like, man, it's been 13:20. We're hearing such and such is coming. I wouldn't be like, yeah, let me tell you what's going on. I know what you're about to do with this. You're about to put it out there. I'm keeping family business in the family.
Mm-hmm.
And you talk about like, I won't beat around it, but it's Michael Silver is what sparked all this. Because he came, I think there was a tweet or a report that he was like, yeah, I'm hearing in the locker room, I don't want to misquote him or anything like that, but essentially it was around like he's hearing from players that they were split on Jimmy and Trey. And
I see. Yeah. And there was, I got you. Yep.
And I'm like, number one, if I'm a player and I care about the team, I care about winning. No disrespect to Mike Silver, because it's not just him. I'm not talking to Mike Silver because I know he's going to report it. Mm-hmm. He's going to say it, and it's going to cause a bunch of mess in my locker room and my team and could affect us winning. Mm-hmm. So I'm not talking to you, Mike Silver. Like I'm not. We can talk about the weather, but things that go on with this team, I'm not talking.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that stuff happens. It could be as simple. I remember the T.O. Tony Romo, Jason Witten stuff. And Warder wrote a big piece about it. And T.O. was furious. Like, y'all think I'm stupid. I know Jason Witten was the dude who did it. Like, how dumb y'all think I am? You think I'm not around this locker room? And then you get this situation where Jason Witten has to go, oh, no, it wasn't me. And they're on the same team at the time. No, yes, it was. I know it was.
Right.
And then you put Ed Warder in this weird position. Like, it's a hustle, I guess, but it's not. Maybe it's maybe it's a teammate who's frustrated or angry or looks at this as a get back. I'm not sure. It's the contract stuff, organizational workings. I completely understand. The locker room stuff, I don't get. Like you can't go a day without a headline about what Darvin Ham is going to do with the Los Angeles Lakers. How the hell is this stuff getting out?
Right.
And at what point is it not true?
Right. Right. And then on the flip side, once again, always RIP. But and this is what they do for I'm not trying to take food off nobody's table. I know they get paid for this stuff. But why we'll just stay with Mike Silver. Why are you reporting this? Why are you saying that?
It's a story.
Yeah,
I don't mean to use the played out term clicks, but that's what he's got to do.
Damien, we got it. Both of us, we have Twitters, and we've heard things. People stuff. We don't go tweeting it out. We don't go saying, "Oh, this is what
I think."
All this other stuff. We don't.
You're right, but I think a lot of the times we're told stuff. It's with the understanding that that's not. At least I know when I'm told stuff, it's with the understanding of this isn't for your radio show, and sometimes that's reiterated to me. Sometimes it's not. But when I'm told, yo, we've had stories that could have changed the trajectory of D'Lo and KC. That we were told we can't use this. You can't go on your radio show and say this. But here's what's happening. I think there's that understanding. When you're talking to Mike Silver, without explicitly saying you can't say this, there's probably an understanding that he's going to report it.
Which is why I would never talk to him.
Well, and that's
that level. Like we could have a conversation
what
about
are you having for dinner, right?
Yeah, you know what I mean. But if I had information, like I can't talk to that guy.
I guess it's just the consumption of sports media today. Like it's not even, I say clicks. It's not even clicks anymore. It's likes and retweets. That's it.
I don't like it, man.
It's clout chasing.
I don't like it, and it's just like I said. It's maybe just the type of guy I am. Maybe
you're an old soul, dog. Like that's why. Like this is Kenny. It's new media, bro. Hashtag new media.
I don't know, me and Damien.
Listen, I'm from a different culture.
You know, I'm not about all that. Family business is family business. Team business is team business. This stays in the walls of that locker room or practice facility or whatever. It's not for the consumption of the media. Now, do you think it would make our jobs as radio people and multimedia content creators and as fans, do you think it would make following the sports less enjoyable if everybody lived by that code of we keeping family business and family business?
No, I don't think it makes things less enjoyable, but I do think people like, we get paychecks because people like to be in the know. And while we can't share everything, we can share a lot. And sometimes it's just conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's just the way we conversate, not just with each other, but with the chatty house and the people who call and the people who yell at us and but they're not calling. They're just listening to us and they're like, yo, what? You said what? No, that's crazy. Like those people or people who are just casually listening to us in the background. Like our whole livelihood is built off of that.
Mm-hmm.
And we all want to be in the know. What the hell happened in Boston? Because right now, a consensual relationship doesn't feel like a year-long suspension. What was Ime Udoka? Was KC right? Was Ime Udoka wilding out? Like, we want to be in the know. We want the dirt.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw this remark earlier from our guy, Chris. It's TMZ material more than it's sports reporting. People like to throw that TMZ line out there. There are few more reliable sources of information than TMZ.
Right.
People still treat TMZ, and it hasn't been for well over a decade. People still treat TMZ as if it's some sort of blog run from that 30-mile zone. That joint's owned by Time Warner. That means if they're wrong, they're liable for millions to tens of millions to hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
They can't be wrong. Their reporting is normally on point. They reported Michael Jackson was dead way before anybody else did.
Mm-hmm.
And they were clear. We got a call from Joe Jackson. Mike's gone. And everyone was like, we're waiting to confirm. We're waiting to confirm. Confirm with who? His mom? Because his dad has already confirmed he's gone.
Right.
And that's, I think people, that's the nature of reporting now. I think the tough thing for me is when you talk about does it make it more enjoyable or less enjoyable, is there's a lot of times stuff's out there and I don't know what to believe. We mentioned the Darvin Ham stuff. Every day there's a different Darvin Ham Lakers story.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at what point are y'all just saying stuff?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, at what point did your information come from the ball boy who overheard someone on the cell phone in the bathroom stall?
Right.
Because there ain't no, unless Jeannie Buss just has a direct line or someone in that organization just has a direct line to the Athletic and, hey, this is what we're going to try today. Well, this is what we're going to try today. Well, this is what we're trying today. Like, y'all seem to be on top of everything here. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't know. It just, I was just hearing a bunch of that. Obviously, Udoka, that story, but, just other stuff. And it's like, man, like, number one, how does this stuff get out? Like, if it, and I understand maybe it's not directly a player. Maybe a player is talking to the locker room guy, and the locker room guy then talks to Mike Silver or something. Like, it could be, a game of telephone in that respect.
Mm-hmm.
But I always wondered how these things get out. And I'd be, if I was a coach, if I was the owner of a team, I'd be pretty strict on all that. I better not hear nothing from my organization. Nothing. Else I'll find out who it was. And if I don't find out, everybody gonna pay until so you guys want to talk so much. Tell me who said it then.
I know a coach who has put a very strict policy in place when it comes to that stuff, like a full-on zero tolerance policy. You could talk. When I find out, it cost you. You want a warning? That's fine. You got one. This is it.
Right.
This is the warning, which means if we talk about this again, Mr. Halliburton would say, I can guarantee you that's over. You a wrap. It's done.
I'd have the ticket sale people doing wall sits until somebody spoke up and told me who.
Wall sits.
They gonna be doing wall sits with their arms out with 10-pound weights out there until somebody tells me who said it.
All gonna learn. You gotta learn. Can't leak D-Lo and KC information, and you gotta do wall sits. You don't even get the opportunity to leak information about our show. We just tell you. We'll tell you minutes after it happens. Y'all won't believe the meeting we just had. Y'all ain't gonna believe what the company said to us. You don't ever have to wonder what's going on behind the scenes here. Stick around long enough. We are going to tell you word for word. Kenny getting stuff done.
Hey, week 3 gets started tonight. You tapping in for this one?
Yeah, I'll watch.
I got some things to do, man. I might have to watch this later.
I ain't got nothing to do.
I got some running around to do.
Rory says, remember when D-Lo leaked Corners of the Culture? Yeah, that's my bad. New episode of Corners of the Culture available right now, wherever you get podcasts from. Apple, Spotify, Google Play, whatever it is.
I'll tell you, we ain't having no leaks in my organization if I'm running it.
Yeah, Steelers, Browns. I'm interested for a couple of reasons. Browns just trying to keep their head above water, and Steelers playing their ass off for Mike Tomlin.
This feels like a must win for the Browns. You're at home.
Yeah, because I don't.
Isn't that good?
Yeah, that's it. That's the thing. Like they're not
in this situation, and divisional game as well. Yeah,
I like putting. I like this. This like I'll skip a preseason game, but like this is football on a Thursday. I'll tap in.
I feel
I'll tap in
Thursday.
I'll tap in. I like it.
I mean, I wouldn't. I'm just saying, like,
a high voice. Yeah.
I got things to do, and I'm not gonna not do them for this game. Last week, I would have. I can't do nothing tonight. This week,
oh, for sure. I got you.
I'll check it out a little later.
Yeah, I got you. I never have anything to do though, so it doesn't bother me. I told you. Speaking of Thursday nights, I think it was before yesterday's show or sometime this week. We were talking on the Chatty House before the show started. I was looking for a new streaming service, and I came across this stuff. I think it's called Fubo, Fubo. I always want to call it Fubo, the Fubo TV, Fubo TV. And you get the 7-day trial, and if you cancel before, the 7-day trial doesn't cost you anything, but you could try it out. And I'm messing around with it, like, Red Zone is on here, and it's a little expensive compared to other streaming networks, but it's like it has a ton of stations, most of which I don't need. It has all the ESPN stuff. It has picture-in-picture, which I thought was the dopest thing. How have I not heard about this? This is flawless. Dynamite was on last night. AEW. I thought, I'm doing some stuff on YouTube, sending some email. Let me put on Dynamite. Searching. And then I started looking at the guide, and I'm like, this looks weird.
Wait a minute. This can't be true. Keep going.
There's no Turner channel on it.
Oh, see.
There's no CNN. There's no TNN. Or TNT, and there's no TBS.
Yeah, goodbye.
And I'm like, wait a minute. I can't. I'm looking, wait, is True TV on here? Nothing. There's nothing on there. And I'm like, this is why I never hear about this app. Because no sports fan goes, yeah, give me this streaming service, because they pride themselves. We're the best app for sports fans. Yeah, I can't watch the NCAA tournament, and this is the best app for sports fans. I can't watch the biggest game every single week in the NBA, but this is the best app for sports fans. Like, get out of here.
I can't believe that happened. I really can't.
I couldn't believe it. I'm just sitting here, and there's that realization as I'm like scrolling through the channels. oh my God, this is it. They don't have it. This when you say it's too good to be true, yeah, it is. They didn't have any of the Turner stations.
That's crazy. I mean, and you can't. I guess you could do it for football if you're football only, but Turner has obviously the NBA in a major way, and they got MLB playoffs. They're on TBS.
But yeah, best streaming app for sports fans, because I guess I can watch the Premier League on here. Or like,
did we come back yet?
I don't even know if I can watch
Premier League back.
Yeah, it came back. Yeah, they beat Leicester 6-2. Now it's not back this weekend because all the international teams are playing.
They just skipped the Man City game then, huh?
Yeah, that's postponed because of the Queen.
We out here doing work. My Spurs out here doing work, baby. Let's go.
That's facts. We had a big win the other day.
This is the longest death in history. Yeah. I mean, we're still postponing events. Like, hey, they had the funeral. Like, hey, God bless her, but at some point,
what is this?
They had the funeral on like Monday, and it was like, wait, what? Like today? What was the holdup?
What is this? Arco Arena? What's going on here?
Goodbye, old friend. Unbelievable. Yeah. Queen and Arco.
No, I'm telling you, I'm fighting off the urge right now because it's starting to happen, Jesse. I have not. Well, the Queen passing played a role too because they didn't have games, but college football's tapping in. I haven't really been tapped into the Premier League like I was the 2 weeks before. It's starting to happen, but I'm fighting it off. I'm gonna stay.
See, I don't get this because you know what? The Premier League comes on at like 7:00. College football don't start till like 9. You should wake up.
Yeah.
So I wake up for them.
Oh no, man. It's asking a lot. Usually I got a game to go to at like 9:00 in the morning. So I probably should be up.
By the way, basketball starts Monday too.
Oh, jeez. Premier League.
Like basketball.
Premier League on the ropes.
Like standing A count for the Premier League and Kenny's fandom, because media day is Monday, practice is Tuesday. We got a game the following Monday.
Yeah, man. King Lakers. I'm gonna get in there this weekend. But you know, college football popping off right now.
See, no, there's no games this weekend because all the international teams are playing, so all the players are back with their countries.
See, that's the other thing that confuses me. Like this is it. Like Jesse is laying out why I can't get into the Premier League right
it's
here.
It's not as difficult as you guys make it seem. It's not. It's really not.
Like the whole thing is on pause right now, so everybody can go back to their real team.
Well, the international team, yeah, they're getting ready for World Cups, like preparation and stuff like that.
So they're just practicing. There's not even games.
Well, no, like there's games. There's like friendlies and stuff like that. Friendly is when like it doesn't mean anything. It's like an exhibition, I guess.
Ridiculous.
Like Mexico's playing like Paraguay or something like that.
Is Mexico in? Did they make it?
Yeah.
Are they? Yeah. I'll always watch a USA versus Mexico game.
Yeah, it hasn't been great the last year and a half or so.
It's been all right.
You stop this. 49ers are expected to be good. We're expecting a lot from our Kings. You're out on all of this. We're still watching a home run chase. We're watching 2 home run chases.
Baseball. I saw some Giants and Rockies earlier today. I mean, that was.
Will you get into the playoffs?
The Giants in about a week and a half. Oh hell yeah!
Without your beloved.
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, I'm always into the playoffs. I meant to tell you too. Speaking of the Niners, so randomly last night I was watching Niners Rams Week 18 last night, and I didn't really realize this. One of the great games in Niner history, by the way. Just one of the great games I've ever seen in Niners history. What a moment! But
did you follow it up with the NFC Championship?
No, I'm never watching that. Just like I haven't watched Super Bowl 47 or the 2013 NFC Championship game or 2011. Never again. No.
But you just watched Kings Timberwolves like a week ago.
I did. That one didn't hit as hard. And I've actually watched Game 7 a bunch of times. I watched Game 6 a couple of times.
Game 7 was wild.
Yeah. But I said this to say, I forgot. Jimmy Garoppolo threw for like 330 yards in that game.
Week 18?
Yeah. A touchdown and 2 picks.
Oof.
But damn, Jimmy never throw for 300. And the way that game started, for him to end up with like 330, damn. Damn. All right, Jimmy. I forgot that completely.
Do you think Jimmy can quiet the noise and have a year, like not a game manager year, like a year?
I think he might, and here's why I'll say that. I don't know what that shoulder did to hamper his play. I mean, it was bad enough where he had to get surgery on it. So
yeah,
if he's able to get that fixed, maybe that helps. And I know this next thing wasn't all year long, but watching that game last night, we forget his thumb was messed up. He broke his thumb. And if both of those things are healed,
that was the week. That's why he missed the Texans game, right? Was
yeah,
because
he
of the
broke
thumb.
it or broke a bone in it against the Titans. So it's Titans, Texans, then Rams. And he did that whole playoff run with a bad shoulder and a bad thumb. I don't know. Maybe these things are taken care of, and he's a better passer. He's a more accurate passer. He has more zip on his passes. It's a possibility. It really is.
That's a game changer for Jimmy. That's a game changer for the 49ers, because go back to what we were talking about with Chris Biderman. And I don't know if Chris Biderman said this. I can't remember if Chris Biderman said this on the air and before the conversation started, or if he just said it on the live stream. But we were talking about the financial aspect, and the Rams have shown us there's ways around salary caps. It's just will John and Kyle be able to figure it out, and will guys like Fred Warner, potentially Eric Armstead, do you have to creatively structure Nick Bosa's contract, different things like that? Right. Will they be all be accepting of things that will have to come their way? But as a provision of that, look, man, the kid's got to go.
I mean,
get some of those. Go get some of those draft picks, because try to get some of those draft picks back, because it is my time to do what Tom did to me. The kid's got to go.
Yeah. If I was Jimmy, that's what I would say. But if I'm the Niners, the other aspect of this that I keep bringing up that people forget about is I don't think they necessarily moved on or were ready to move on from Jimmy just because of his talent. It was the fact that he can never stay healthy, and they wanted to pour $25 million a year in a guy that you don't know if he's going to be there or not.
You're John Shanahan. You're the two powers so you have the ultimate power.
Yeah.
Perfect season for Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, everything goes the way you want to with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Mm-hmm.
You can financially make it work. You got creative. You brought in Ken Cantella and had him work the salary cap in the NFL.
Yeah, Parag does it flawlessly with the Niners.
Do you do it?
Do I bring Jimmy back and get rid of Trey?
Yep.
I don't. I don't think
there's no circumstance where you keep Jimmy Garoppolo over Trey Lance.
This is the last dance. This is the last.
I don't know why that was funny to me, but it was.
This all is right. The last dance.
All right, Phil.
I got too many bills to pay.
Okay.
I'm not. Nick Bosa ain't taking no lesser deal. I'm not franchising.
No, he's definitely not.
That.
Can't do that.
It ain't happening. This is the last dance.
That's amazing. I don't know why I found that so funny. Get your if you're a part of the D-Lo and KC, as David Jackson says, it's the last dance. The last dance here with Jimmy Garoppolo. If you're in the D-Lo and KC Pick'em League, get your picks in. We've got Thursday night football tonight. Don't fall behind. Make your picks. D-Lo and KC Pick'em League. Make sure you're with us tomorrow. Kyle Madsen will be with us. Trista's still on vacation, so we'll have to wait to get her thoughts on everything going on in the NBA world for a little bit while longer. And James Ham will be with us. It'll be our last Friday before basketball. Talk about the last dance. Tomorrow is truly the last dance, because beginning Monday, we've got 49er football, we got Kings basketball, and we have got you covered. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Check out the latest episode of Corners of the Culture wherever you get podcasts from, and we'll see you here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I love Sacramento.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I knew that's what we were gonna do.
Oh no. Oh no.
What happened?
Dr. David. On Twitter.
Oh. That's great. Okay. Well, let's wrap up because Jesse needs to pick our brain. Y'all are crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Oh, good call from Kaz. Man, Nia was in Friday.
She was in Friday.
Forget that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I knew she was in. Are we there yet?
Yeah. That movie was the Singles Moms Club, by the way. She did a phenomenal job.
Damien's reaction every time Kenny says, smash them boys. You guys are great, man. We appreciate you. We will see you here tomorrow at noon. Craig, are you high? Huh?